What's the craziest story you've ever heard? The kind that makes you say, "No way that actually happened." Well, the truth is often stranger, funnier, and sometimes more terrifying than anything we can make up. On this channel, we find the most incredible true, stories you've never heard, the bizarre, the inspiring, and the downright unbelievable. Today's story is one that will stick with you. It's a tale of a briefly hint at the theme, e.g., a bizarre coincidence, an unbelievable survival, or a hidden historical secret that seems ripped straight from a movie script. But it's not. It's real. So get ready. You're about to see what happens when reality gets weird. Let's get into it. My name is Jakub Novak. For 15 years, I have been a custodian of memories, though my official title is far less poetic, historical tour guide. My domain is the old Jewish quarter of Prague, the Josefov. I walk its cobblestones daily. My voice a constant companion to the clicking cameras of tourists, narrating tales of emperors and mystics, of pogroms and resilience. I thought I knew every story these ancient stones had to tell. I spoke of the philosopher Rabbi, Lo as a great thinker, of his golem as a charming piece of folklore, a cautionary tale whispered to children. I was a man who dealt in facts, in documented histories. I was proud of my rationality. I was wrong. The darkest story of Prague isn't history. It's waiting, silent and patient, in the dust. Prague in the autumn is a city draped in melancholy beauty. The air grows crisp, carrying the scent of roasting chestnuts and the damp earth of the city's many parks. The sun low in the sky casts long, skeletal shadows that stretch from the spires of the teen church and crawl across the old town square. For me, this is the time when the city feels most itself, when the veil between its turbulent past and its bustling present seems at its thinnest. My tours become less about cheerful anecdotes and more about the weight of the centuries. I speak of the plagues, the fires, the wars. I point to the astronomical clock, not just as a marvel of engineering, but as a reminder of time's relentless, unforgiving march. It was on such an evening, with the sky bleeding from orange to a deep bruised purple, that my carefully curated reality began to unravel. I had just finished my last tour of the day, a small group of American university students who seemed more interested in their phones than in the poignant history of the Pinkas synagogue. As they dispersed, chattering about finding the best turtleneck, I felt a familiar mix of relief and emptiness. I was packing my satchel near the entrance of the old new synagogue, the oldest active synagogue in Europe, when a voice, quiet yet resonant, cut through the evening chill. "Mr. Novak." I turned. He was a small man, almost lost in the twilight, but he possessed a gravity that seemed to anchor him to the spot. A great, white beard cascaded over his black coat, and his eyes, magnified by thick, lensed glasses, were the color of faded parchment. They were the eyes of a man who had not just studied history, but had been steeped in it, marinated in its sorrows and its triumphs. He introduced himself as Rabbi Elazar. He didn't look like the occult specialists or conspiracy theorists who occasionally sought me out with wild-eyed tales. He looked like a scholar, a man whose life was spent in the quiet company of books. "I am he," I replied, extending a hand. His grip was surprisingly firm, his skin dry and cool. "I have a request," he said, his gaze fixed on the steep, tiled roof of the synagogue. "A private matter. It would require your discretion and your access." I was intrigued. Private tours were my bread and butter, often paying more than a week's worth of group excursions. "What did you have in mind, Rabbi?"
"The Geniza,"
he said, the word barely a whisper. "The attic of this synagogue. I need to get inside. Tonight." I felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a prickle of unease. The Genizah of the old new synagogue was the stuff of legend. It was forbidden territory, sealed off for generations. The official reason was structural instability. The unofficial reason, the one whispered on the tour guide circuit, was far more evocative. It was said to be the resting place of the golem. A story I told every day, and a story I did not, for a second, believe. It was also said to be choked with centuries of discarded holy texts, a sacred repository of papers bearing the name of God, too holy to be destroyed. "The attic is sealed, Rabbi," I said, my voice more cautious than I intended. "It hasn't been opened in decades. It's not safe. I am aware of the stories, Mr. Novak, and the risks," he replied, his eyes finally meeting mine. The depth in them was startling. "I am a scholar of antique texts. There are discrepancies in some historical records that I believe can only be clarified by documents that may have been stored there. It is a matter of great academic importance." He reached into his coat and produced a thick envelope. "I would, of course, compensate you generously for the trouble and the irregularity of the request." I hesitated, my rational mind warring with the allure of the forbidden and the practical need for the money. The sum he offered was more than generous. It was life-altering. It was enough to fix the leaking roof of my apartment, to visit my sister in Vienna, to live without the constant, low-grade anxiety of a freelancer's income for a year. His request seemed harmless enough, if eccentric. He was an old scholar on a quest for knowledge. What harm could there be in that? "The main gate will be locked in an hour," I said. "The decision made. Meet me here then. Be unseen." He simply nodded, a flicker of profound relief in his ancient eyes, and melted back into the shadows from which he came. An hour later, under the cold, watchful light of a crescent moon, we stood before a small, unobtrusive door at the side of the synagogue. My key, a heavy piece of iron that felt like a relic itself, turned in the lock with a groan of protest. Inside, the air was cold and still, thick with the scent of beeswax, old stone, and something else, something like time itself. We moved in silence, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous space of the main hall, past the bima where the Torah is read, a place of vibrant life, now reduced to a shadowy husk. The entrance to the attic was not a grand staircase, but a narrow, winding set of stone steps, hidden behind a tapestry depicting Moses at Sinai. A heavy oak door, bound with iron straps, barred the way. It was secured with a lock I had never seen used, a complex, ancient thing of rust and iron. Rabbi Elazar produced a key from his own pocket, a twin to mine but older, more worn. It slid into the lock with a sickening crunch. With a combined effort, we pushed the door inward. A wave of air, unimaginably old, washed over us. It was an odor of decay, not of rot, but of slow, inexorable disintegration, the scent of paper and leather and cloth turning back into dust over centuries. The darkness was absolute. I fumbled for my powerful flashlight, its bright LED beam cutting a sharp, white cone into the oppressive black. The sight it revealed was one of chaotic sanctity. The attic was just as the legends described, but more so. It was not a room. It was a tomb for words. Piles of books, scrolls, and loose parchment were heaped in great, crumbling mounds that rose like miniature, mountains towards the heavy rafters. The floor was invisible beneath a thick carpet of paper and dust. The air was so dry it felt sharp in my lungs, and so thick with dust that the beam of my flashlight seemed to have substance. A solid column of light filled with dancing, glittering motes. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning a complaint that seemed to echo back through the ages. "Be careful where you step," I whispered, though there was nowhere safe to step. But the rabbi's demeanor had changed. The frail scholar was gone. In his place was a man of intense, almost frightening purpose. He paid no mind to the heaps of priceless historical documents that I, as a historian, longed to sift through. He was not looking for texts. He was looking for something else. He moved towards the center of the room, his small frame navigating the treacherous terrain with an unnerving confidence, as if he knew the landscape by heart. He produced a strange, leather-bound book from his satchel, its cover blank and featureless. He opened it and began to chant. It was Hebrew, but a form so archaic I could barely recognize it. His voice, so quiet before, now filled the cramped space, gaining a power and a resonance that vibrated in my bones. It was a sound that did not belong in the modern world. It was the sound of creation, of power being summoned. The dust motes in my flashlight beam began to swirl faster, forming miniature cyclones. The air grew heavy, charged with a static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Rabbi, what is this?" I demanded, my voice tight with a fear I could no longer suppress. He stopped chanting and turned to me, his face slick with sweat, his eyes burning with a feverish light. "Forgive my deception, Mr. Novak," he said, his voice trembling with the force of his emotion. "I am not here for scrolls. I am here for him." He gestured with his head towards the far, dark corner of the attic. "The golem is not a myth. It was not destroyed. It was deactivated, its life, giving Shem removed from its forehead and hidden here by my ancestor, Rabbi Lo, to await a time of great need." I stared at him, my mind reeling. "That's impossible. It's a story." "Is it?" he countered, his voice ringing with conviction. "A new evil has come to this city, Mr. Novak. A group that calls themselves the Sons of the Voltiva. Neo-fascists, obsessed with the occult lore of our people. They have learned of the golem's existence. They believe they can find it, reactivate it, and bend it to their will. They plan to raid this synagogue. Tonight." He paused, letting the terrible words sink in. "I, a direct descendant of Lo, am here to awaken the golem first, to let it defend its people one last time." As if on cue, a low, grinding creak echoed from the far corner of the attic. It was not the sound of old wood settling. It was the sound of immense weight shifting. My flashlight beam, shaking in my hand, swung towards the noise. At the back of the Geniza, beneath a pile of rotting prayer shawls and crumbling scrolls, something was moving. It was not a sudden movement, but a slow, deliberate rising. A shape, vast and dark, was pushing itself up from the debris of centuries. Dust and scraps of parchment cascaded from its broad, hulking shoulders. It was a form that was vaguely, terrifyingly human. My flashlight beam trembled, casting frantic, dancing shadows that made the rising form seem even more monstrous. The rational part of my brain, the part that had guided tourists and quoted historical dates for 15 years, was screaming. It was a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by the dust and the rabbi's hypnotic chanting. But my senses told a different story. I could hear the groan of the floorboards, not just under my own feet, but beneath a weight that no ancient attic was ever meant to bear. I could smell it too. An odor of damp river mud and cold stone, a scent of the earth itself, cutting through the dry decay of the Geneza. Slowly, deliberately, the creature pushed itself to its full height. The rafters above its head seemed to shrink away. It was immense, easily 9 feet tall, a hulking silhouette of a man sculpted from the gray, cracked clay of the Vltava riverbed. Its body was a crude approximation of the human form. 2 thick legs, a massive torso, 2 powerful arms that hung limply at its sides. But it was the details that rooted the terror deep in my soul. The surface of its skin was a network of fine cracks, like a dried-up riverbed in a long drought. There were no muscles, no sinews, only the unyielding texture of fired earth. Its face was a terrifying blank slate, smooth and featureless. There was no mouth, no nose, only 2 dark, hollow pits where eyes should be, and a deep, vertical groove carved into its forehead. It was a thing of purpose, not passion, a weapon waiting for a hand to wield it. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a pile of brittle books, and I fell hard against a mound of scrolls. The impact sent a cloud of centuries, old dust billowing into the air, and I choked, my eyes watering. The golem did not react. It stood motionless. A statue given the mockery of life, its blank face turned towards the far wall, as if it were still asleep, still dreaming of the river mud from which it was born. The ritual. Rabbi Elazar gasped, his voice strained. He was still holding the ancient book, his knuckles white.
It is not complete.
It has form, but no will. It needs the final word. He scrambled towards the creature, his scholarly frailty forgotten, replaced by a desperate agility. He was like a man trying to defuse a bomb, his every movement fraught with terrible importance. My mind, numb with disbelief, was struggling to catch up. Golem, Rabbi Lo, sons of the Vltava. It was all a swirl of folklore and history, a story I told tourists, but it was happening. Here. Now, the line between myth and reality had not just blurred, it had been obliterated. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the floors below, followed by a chorus of angry, guttural shouts. It was not the sound of a protest. It was the sound of an invasion. The splintering of wood, the shattering of glass. They were inside. The sons of the Vltava had come. The rabbi's face, already slick with sweat, became a mask of pure panic.
They are here. We are out of time.
He fumbled inside his coat and pulled out a small, flat tablet of clay, no bigger than his thumb. I could see a single word etched into its surface, the 4 letters of the Hebrew alphabet that spelled Emet. Truth. The word that, according to the legend, gives the golem life. With a trembling hand, he reached up, standing on his toes, to access the creature's towering head. He pressed the small clay tablet into the deep groove in the golem's forehead. It fit perfectly, like a key in a lock. For a heart-stopping second, nothing happened. The creature remained a statue. The shouting below grew louder, closer. I could hear heavy boots on the stone stairs. Then, the air in the attic grew impossibly cold. A low hum began to emanate from the clay figure. A sound that was less heard and more felt, a vibration that resonated in my teeth and bones. The 2 dark pits in the golem's face began to glow. It started as a faint ember, a tiny spark in the deep, artificial night of its eyes. But it grew swiftly, brightening into a soft, then fierce, orange light. It was the color of a forge of molten metal, of the earth's fiery heart. The light filled the hollows, giving the featureless face a terrifying semblance of vision. The hum intensified, and the golem took a shuddering step forward. The entire attic groaned in protest. A web of new cracks spread across the plaster ceiling below the creature's foot. It took another step, then another, its movements stiff and ponderous, yet imbued with an unstoppable momentum. It turned its head. The glowing orange eyes swept across the chaotic landscape of the Janizah, past the trembling Rabbi, and settled on me. I was frozen, pinned by its gaze. All the stories I had ever told about the golem spoke of its destructive rampages, of a mindless force of nature. But as it looked at me, I felt no malice. I felt no anger, no hatred. I felt nothing. It was the gaze of a storm, the stare of an earthquake. It was a profound and absolute emptiness, a being devoid of soul, a vessel of pure power. And in that moment, my fear was replaced by a wave of immense and unexpected sorrow. This was not a monster. This was a tragedy, a weapon born of desperation, a testament to a people so persecuted that they had to dig their protector from the mud with their own hands. The golem turned away from me, its purpose now clear. It strode towards the heavy oak door that led to the stairs. It did not reach for the handle. It did not attempt to open it. It simply walked. With a sound of screaming, splintering timber, and tortured iron, the ancient door exploded outward from its frame, ripped from its hinges as if it were made of cardboard. The golem stepped through the ruined doorway and onto the narrow stone landing, its massive form blocking out the dim light from the stairwell. The shouting from below stopped abruptly. It was replaced by a new sound. A single, sharp cry of disbelief, cut short. Then came the screams. They were not screams of pain. I have heard pain. This was different. This was the sound of a human mind breaking. It was the pure, undiluted shriek of a predator that has suddenly, incomprehensibly, found itself to be the prey. It was a sound of absolute, soul-shattering terror. I heard the clatter of a dropped weapon, the frantic scrabbling of boots on stone, a wet, sickening crunch. And then, as suddenly as it began, there was silence. A profound, heavy, and unnatural silence that was more terrifying than the screams had been. Rabbi Elazar sagged against a pile of books, his legs giving way. His chanting had stopped. The leather, bound book lay forgotten at his feet. His face was ashen. The face of a man who had unleashed a hurricane and could only now begin to comprehend the devastation. I remained on the floor, my heart hammering against my ribs, the dust and the silence of the attic pressing in on me. The golem was downstairs. The story was no longer a story. It was alive, and it was defending its home. The silence that followed the screams was a physical presence in the attic. It was heavier than the dust, colder than the stone. It pressed in on us, a crushing weight of finality. I pushed myself up, my limbs trembling with adrenaline and shock. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating Rabbi Elazar, who was slowly, painfully getting to his feet. The fire had gone out of his eyes, replaced by an exhaustion so profound it seemed to have aged him a century in the last few minutes. He looked like a man who had wrestled with God and lost, even in victory. "We must go down," he whispered, his voice a dry rasp. I didn't want to move. Every instinct screamed at me to stay in the relative safety of the attic, to pretend that the thing downstairs was not real, that the sounds we had heard were just the groans of an old building. But I knew I couldn't. I was a part of this now, a witness. I nodded, my throat too tight for words. We made our way to the ruined doorway. The stone steps of the winding staircase were slick with something I dared not identify in the dim light. Each step down was a descent into a deeper layer of dread. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone, like the aftermath of a lightning strike, mingled with the coppery scent of fear and something else, something primal and earthy. The synagogue below was utterly silent. There were no sirens, no shouting from the street. The world outside was oblivious. We emerged into the main hall. The sight that greeted us was one of quiet, impossible devastation. The heavy oak doors leading to the street were splintered and torn, hanging from their hinges. Shards of a shattered, stained glass window depicting the story of Esther lay like jewels scattered across the stone floor, glittering in the moonlight that streamed through the broken pane. But there were no bodies. There were no intruders, living or dead. There was no blood, no sign of a struggle. The men who had broken in, the sons of the Vltava, were simply gone. It was as if they had been erased from existence, their presence scrubbed from the world by a power that did not deign to leave a mess. And in the center of the hall, standing perfectly still, was the golem. It stood before the Aron Kodesh, the holy ark that housed the Torah scrolls, as if standing guard. Its towering form was a pillar of shadow against the faint light. The fierce orange glow in its eyes had softened to a low, pulsing ember, casting a gentle, rhythmic light on the ancient stone and wood around it. It was no longer a weapon unleashed. It was a soldier whose war was over, waiting for its final orders. The silence in the room emanated from it, a field of absolute stillness. Rabbi Elazar walked towards it, his steps slow and heavy with a grief that was almost palpable. He did not look at the destruction his ancestors' creation had wrought. He only had eyes for the creature itself. He stopped before it, a small, frail man of flesh and blood, before a giant of clay and magic. He reached out a trembling hand and laid it on the golem's massive forearm. The creature did not stir. "Its duty is done," the rabbi murmured, more to himself than to me. "It cannot remain. The Emet gives it life, but a life of servitude, a life without peace. It is not a blessing to be this thing." He looked at me then, and in his eyes, I saw the terrible weight of his lineage, the burden of a power that should never be used. The final ritual, the one that brings peace. With a deep, shuddering breath, he reached up to the golem's impassive face. His fingers were surprisingly steady as they touched the clay tablet embedded in its forehead. He did not remove the tablet. Instead, with a slow, deliberate motion, he gently wiped his thumb across its surface. He erased the first letter, the Aleph, from the word. The word was changed. Without the Aleph, the word was no longer Emet. It was Met, death. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The soft, orange light in the golem's eyes flickered once, twice, and then went out, plunging the creature's face back into featureless shadow. The low hum that had vibrated through the hall ceased, and the oppressive silence rushed back in, deeper than before. A fine crack appeared on the golem's chest, branching out like a lightning strike. Another followed, then another, spreading across its torso and limbs in a silent, intricate web. The great clay body began to crumble. It did not fall. It disintegrated. It collapsed in on itself, not with a crash, but with a soft, dry sigh, like the sound of sand pouring onto a stone floor. The mighty shoulders, the powerful arms, the immense torso, all dissolved into a cascade of gray dust and lifeless clay. In a matter of seconds, the 9-foot giant was gone. All that remained was a large, formless pile of earth on the synagogue floor, indistinguishable from the river bed from which it had been taken centuries ago. On top of the pile, glinting faintly, lay the small clay tablet, now bearing the word met. The first wail of a police siren cut through the night, a sound from a different world, a world of logic and laws that had no place here. The spell was broken. They kept me for questioning for a week. The official story, the one that appeared in the papers, was of a thwarted act of vandalism by a fringe political group. The police were baffled. They had a dozen credible witnesses who saw a group of men armed with bats and crowbars force their way into the synagogue. They had the broken doors and shattered window as evidence, but they had no intruders. Security cameras in the surrounding streets showed the men entering the Joseph, but they were never seen leaving. They had vanished from the face of the earth. I sat in sterile interrogation rooms, under harsh fluorescent lights, and told them nothing. I was the tour guide who had been working late, who had been knocked unconscious by the intruders, and had woken up to find them gone. Rabbi Elazar corroborated my story. We were the victims. They prodded and pushed, sensing a hole in the narrative they couldn't define, but our story was simple and we stuck to it. What else could I have said? That the ghost story I told tourists for a living was real. That a 9-foot man made of clay had risen from the dust and unmade our enemies. They would have locked me in a psychiatric ward for the rest of my life. Some stories do not belong to the world of police reports and news articles. They belong to the quiet, dusty places, to the memory of a people who, time and time again, have been forced to find their own protectors in the face of the world's hatred. My name is Jakub Novak. I lead historical tours of Prague's old Jewish quarter. I tell the stories of the city, but I keep the most important one to myself. It is not a story of folklore anymore. It is my memory, my burden, and my secret. It belongs to the dust on the attic floor and to the profound, silent grief in an old rabbi's eyes. My name is Liam O'Connell, and for 20 years, I've made my living in the wild heart of Ireland. I guide hunting trips through the deep mountains and shadowed glens, places where the modern world feels like a distant rumor. My clients are typically wealthy men seeking the thrill of stalking a stag through the mists or the satisfaction of landing a salmon from a cold, clear river. I provide expertise, safety, and a steady hand. I deal in rifles, maps, and the quiet language of the wilderness. I thought I had seen every kind of hunt, every type of man. I was wrong. My dearest Fiona, if you are reading this, it means I have finally retired from the guiding life and hung up my boots for good. It means I am home. But before I can truly rest, there is one last story I must tell you, so you understand why I had to leave that life behind. It is the story of my final client, Lord Ashworth, and the chilling hunt for the sound of his own death. He contacted me not through the usual channels, the glossy hunting magazines or the exclusive sporting agencies, but with a letter, penned in a shaky but elegant script on heavy, cream-colored stationery bearing a faded family crest. The ink was a faint blue, like diluted blood. It requested my presence at Ashworth Manor in County Clare, a place I knew only by its reputation as a crumbling relic of a bygone era, a stone ghost clinging to a windswept hill. The letter spoke of a specialist hunt, of a uniquely personal nature, and named a fee that was more than I typically make in a full season. Curiosity, and the weight of my bills compelled me to accept. A week later, I found myself driving up a long, neglected lane choked with weeds, the ancient trees on either side leaning into one another, forming a dark, skeletal tunnel. The manor emerged from the gloom, a sprawling Gothic pile of gray stone, its windows like vacant eyes staring out at the wild Atlantic. It was a place steeped in melancholy, a monument to decay. I was shown into a vast library where the air was thick with the scent of old paper, leather, and dust. Every surface was cluttered with books, maps, and strange artifacts, taxidermied birds, yellowed bones, and pieces of rusted metal that might have been armor or farm implements. Sunlight struggled through a tall, grimy window, illuminating dancing motes of dust in its pale shafts. And there, by a fireplace that held only cold ashes, sat Lord Alastair Ashworth. The man who rose to greet me was a specter. He was impossibly thin, his expensive tweed suit hanging from his frame, as if from a wire hanger. His skin was the color of old parchment, stretched taut over sharp cheekbones and a proud, aristocratic nose. Cancer, he would later tell me, was devouring him from the inside out. But his eyes, sunk deep in shadowed sockets, were a startling, piercing blue. They held a fire that his frail body could no longer contain. It was the terrible, unyielding strength of his pride. "Mr. O'Connell," he said, his voice a dry rustle, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "Thank you for coming. Please sit." We spoke for an hour, though he did most of the talking. He told me of his family, one of the old Anglo-Irish lines, who had been granted this land 400 years ago. They were, he explained, so ancient and so deeply rooted in the soil of this place that they had their own attendant spirit. "My family," he said, leaning forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "has a banshee." I must have blinked, my professional composure momentarily failing me. I've heard the stories, of course. Every child in Ireland grows up with tales of the Bean Sizee, the woman of the fairy mound. A spirit, a harbinger, who appears and lets out a soul-shattering wail to foretell the death of a member of certain ancient families. For most, her cry is the ultimate terror, a sound from a nightmare. I see the skepticism in your eyes, Mr. O'Connell, he continued, a faint, humorless smile touching his lips. You are a man of the earth, a practical man. But my family's history is not practical. It is written in blood and grief, and she is its herald. My great-grandfather heard her the night his wife was taken by the famine fever. My father heard her cry across the channel on the very night his brother fell at the Sami. Her voice is the final privilege of my lineage. It is my birthright. He paused, taking a shallow, rattling breath. The doctors have given me weeks, perhaps a month. They want to confine me to a sterile English hospital, to pump me full of chemicals and let me fade away under fluorescent lights. I refuse. I will not die like that. I will die on my land, the land that holds the bones of all who came before me. And I will hear the song of my family's end with my own ears. It was then that he laid out the nature of the hunt. He wasn't hunting a creature of flesh and blood. He was hunting a sound, an experience, a ghost. My job, he explained, was to be his guide and his keeper. He wanted me to take him to the old fairy mound, a Neolithic tumulus deep on his property, the place where the banshee was said to dwell. I was to set up a camp, keep him as comfortable as possible, and ensure he stayed alive long enough to hear her cry. I was to be a witness. I sat there, in that decaying library, stunned into silence. This was madness. A dying man wanted to camp out in the cold, waiting for a mythical creature to sing him into the next world. My every instinct screamed at me to refuse, to make my excuses and leave this house of shadows and morbid obsessions. It was a death watch, not a hunt. But then I looked at him. I saw the fierce, desperate dignity in his gaze. This wasn't a whim, it was the final, defiant act of a man who had lost everything but his name. He was choosing the terms of his own oblivion, facing it with a courage that was both terrifying and profound. Who was I to deny him that? The fee was a fortune, yes, but in that moment, it was his sheer, stubborn will that won me over. "I'm not a doctor, my lord," I said slowly. "My skills are in tracking and survival, not palliative care." "I have no need of a doctor," he rasped. "I have need of a guide. I need to get to the mount. The rest is in her hands, not ours." And so I agreed. 2 days later, we set off. I packed my Land Rover not with rifles and scopes, but with a comprehensive first aid kit, thermal blankets, a flask of the finest whiskey, and enough rations to last a week. Lord Ashworth brought nothing but a small leather-bound book of poetry and the clothes on his back. The journey from the manor was a slow, arduous crawl. We left the semblance of a road behind, forging a path across boggy heath and rock-strewn fields. The landscape grew wilder, more primal. The mountains rose around us like sleeping, moss-covered giants. A persistent, cold rain began to fall, veiling the world in a shimmering gray curtain. Lord Ashworth sat beside me silent, his gaze fixed on the landscape of his ancestors. He seemed to be absorbing it, memorizing every gnarled tree and lichen-covered stone. He grew visibly weaker as we traveled, the journey draining what little strength he had left. But when I would ask if he needed to rest, he would just shake his head, his eyes never leaving the hills. Late in the afternoon, we arrived. The fairy mound, the side, stood before us. It was larger than I had imagined. A perfect, conical hill rising from a flat expanse of moorland, a lone, ancient hawthorn tree standing sentinel at its peak. The place had an aura, a palpable sense of immense age and quiet power. The air felt heavy still. This was not a place for the living. It was a gateway, a place that stood between worlds. We had reached our hunting ground. I set up our camp with the grim efficiency of a man who knows how to make a home in the wild. But this was different. Every action felt freighted with a strange significance. I pitched the sturdy, two-man tent at a respectful distance from the base of the mound, positioning its opening so that Lord Ashworth would have a clear, unobstructed view. I unrolled the sleeping bags, inflated the thermal mats, and set up the small camp stove. These were tasks I had performed hundreds of times, but never with such a purpose. I wasn't preparing for a night of rest before a hunt. I was preparing a man's deathbed. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, turning the gray clouds to shades of bruised purple and sullen orange, I helped him from the Land Rover. He was frighteningly light, his arm a bundle of brittle sticks under my hand. I settled him onto a camp chair, wrapped him in a thick wool blanket, and handed him a steaming mug of tea. He took it with a grateful nod, his hands trembling so much that the hot liquid sloshed over the rim. He didn't seem to notice. His gaze was fixed on the mound, which was now a black silhouette against the dying light. The first night was the longest of my life. Silence descended upon us, a profound and heavy quiet that was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It wasn't the absence of sound, it was the presence of something else. The wind whispered through the coarse grass with a sibilant, mournful sigh. The distant cry of a hunting owl sounded, less like a predator and more like a warning. I sat by the low fire I'd built, cleaning my knife, checking my gear, anything to keep my hands and mind occupied. But my eyes kept drifting to the two figures in the gloom, the ancient, sleeping hill, and the dying man who watched it with such unnerving patience. Lord Ashworth barely moved. He sat wrapped in his blanket, a statue of stoic resolve. He refused food, taking only sips of water. Around midnight, I poured a generous measure of whiskey into a cup and offered it to him. He turned his head, his blue eyes finding mine in the firelight. "Thank you, O'Connell," he rasped, "but I must keep a clear head." I would not want to mistake the wind for her voice. I retreated to my side of the fire, nursing the whiskey myself, feeling its warmth spread through my chest, but do little to dispel the cold dread that had taken root in my soul. I was a practical man, a man of earth and sky, of wind and rain. But out here, in the oppressive shadow of that mound, with a dying lord waiting for his family ghost, my practicality felt like a thin and flimsy shield. I felt like a trespasser in a story that had begun centuries before I was born. The second day dawned gray and damp. A thick mist clung to the ground, shroofing the base of the mound so that its peak seemed to float in the air. Lord Ashworth had not slept. I found him in the same position as the night before, though his face was paler, his breathing more shallow. I insisted he get into the tent, and to my surprise he agreed, allowing me to help him lie down on the sleeping mat. "You are a good man," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "My father would have liked you. He was a man of the land, too." Throughout the day, his condition worsened. He drifted in and out of a shallow, restless sleep, sometimes muttering names I didn't recognize. Eleonora, Richard. Names that sounded ancient and noble. At one point, in a moment of lucidity, he asked me to retrieve the book of poetry from his bag. His hands were too weak to hold it, so I sat beside him in the cramped tent, the air thick with the smell of damp canvas and mortality, and read to him. It was Yeats. He would close his eyes and listen, a faint, almost imperceptible nod my only sign that he was still with me. I hear the wind a-blowing, and the waves a-washing. I know the wind and the waves on the wild dog, Rose I know. But I do not know what he is, the man of the silent sorrow. His breathing hitched, and I stopped. His eyes were open, staring at the roof of the tent. "She is a creature of sorrow, you see," he whispered. "Not of malice. She does not cause the death. She only feels it. She grieves for us, for all the Ashworths who have ever lived and died on this soil. It is a terrible burden, to be so full of the grief of others." The second night was worse than the first. The temperature dropped, and the wind picked up, howling around the tent like a living thing. It tore at the fabric, and every gust sounded like a shriek, a moan, a word just on the edge of hearing. I found myself starting at every sound, my heart hammering in my chest. I kept the stove burning low inside the tent for warmth, the hiss of the gas a fragile counterpoint to the storm outside. Lord Ashworth was mostly delirious now, his body burning with a fever that left his skin clammy and cold. I did what I could, wiping his brow with a damp cloth and forcing small sips of water between his cracked lips. My role had shifted completely. I was no longer a guide. I was a nursemaid to a dying man, a sentry standing guard on the final frontier of his life. By the morning of the third day, I knew the end was near. He was no longer responsive. His breath was a faint, fluttering thing in his chest, a fragile bird trapped in a cage of failing bone. The fierce fire in his eyes had dimmed to a dull ember. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and her foliage still. The air itself felt thin, stretched taut, as if the barrier between worlds had worn away to almost nothing. I spent the day simply watching him breathe, counting the seconds between each shallow rise and fall of his chest. The hunt was almost over. The prey was cornered. All that was left was the final call. As the third night fell, a strange calm descended. The sky cleared, revealing a brilliant canopy of stars and a sliver of a crescent moon that cast a pale, silvery light over the landscape. The mound seemed to glow, its ancient contours bathed in an ethereal radiance. There was no wind, no sound at all. The world held its breath. I sat by the tent's opening, my vigil nearing its end. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion, but also a strange, heightened awareness. Every nerve in my body was on fire. I looked at Lord Ashworth, his face a pale mask in the moonlight. He was utterly still. For a terrifying moment, I thought he was already gone. I reached out, my fingers brushing his wrist, and felt the faintest, thready flutter of a pulse. He was still here, still waiting. And then, it began. It was not the wind. It was not an animal. It came from the top of the mound, a sound that cut through the absolute silence of the night. It was a soft, gentle sobbing, a sound of such profound, heartbreaking grief that it felt like a physical blow. It was the sound of a woman weeping alone in the darkness, her heart shattered into a million pieces. In the tent, Lord Ashworth's eyes snapped open. The embers in them flared back to life, blazing with a lucid, triumphant light. He turned his head slowly, painfully, towards the mound. A whisper escaped his lips, a sound of awe and homecoming. "She is here." The sound of that initial sound hung in the impossibly still air for a long moment, a perfect, crystalline note of grief. I was frozen in place, my hand still outstretched towards Lord Ashworth, my own breath caught in my throat. Every rational part of my mind, the part that understood wind dynamics and animal calls, was screaming that this was impossible. But the part of me that was Irish, the part that had been raised on stories told by the fire, knew exactly what this was. My blood knew. The sobbing grew, swelling in volume and pitch until it was no longer just a sound, but a physical force. It was a keening, a high, piercing lament that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the night. It vibrated in my bones, a chilling resonance that bypassed my ears and went straight to my soul. It squeezed the air from my lungs, and I found myself gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. It was the most terrible, and yet the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. It held no malice, no threat of violence. It was pure, unadulterated grief, the sound of every mother who had ever lost a child, every soldier who had died alone in a foreign field, every heart that had ever been broken. It was the concentrated sorrow of the entire Ashworth line, 400 years of loss and pain, given a single, unbearable voice. I risked a glance at Lord Ashworth. He was propped up on one elbow, his body animated by a final, impossible surge of strength. The wariness and delirium were gone, burned away by the intensity of the moment. His face was a mask of rapt attention, his piercing blue eyes fixed on the peak of the mound, wide with a look of profound and solemn recognition. He was not afraid. He was witnessing his destiny. And then, atop the mound, I saw her. a figure coalesced from the moonlight and the mist, as if the night itself had woven her into being. She was tall and slender, draped in a simple gown the color of smoke that shifted and flowed around her. Her hair was a river of pure, liquid silver, impossibly long, cascading over her shoulders and down to the ground, moving with a slow, ethereal grace as if underwater, though the air was perfectly still. Her face, when she turned it towards our small camp, was one of exquisite, timeless beauty, but it was a canvas for an agony so profound it was painful to behold. Her eyes, luminous in the moonlight, were as red as blood, swollen and raw from centuries of weeping. In her hands, she held a garment, a man's simple, white linen shirt. She was bent over a phantom basin of dark water that shimmered at her feet, and she was washing the shirt with slow, deliberate movements. As she worked, her keening never ceased. With every scrub and twist of her spectral hands, the shirt she was washing ran dark with fresh, crimson blood. The being nigh, the washer at the ford, cleansing the grave, clothes of the one about to die. It was a story I'd heard 100 times, a tale to frighten children. But this was no story. This was real. My body was paralyzed by a primal fear, a terror that locked my muscles and silenced my thoughts. I wanted to run, to crawl into the Land Rover, and drive until the sun came up. But I was rooted to the spot, a helpless witness. The banshee looked down from the mound, her gaze passing over me as if I were nothing more than a stone, a part of the landscape. Her sorrowful, blood-red eyes found Lord Ashworth, and her wail intensified, focusing, sharpening into a spear of pure sound directed only at him. It was no longer a lament for the world, it was a song for him alone. It was the story of his life, his pain, his impending death. It was a final, terrible honor, and in the face of this terrifying annunciation, Lord Ashworth smiled. It was not a grimace of pain or a rictus of fear. It was a genuine, peaceful smile of utter contentment. His hunt was over. He had tracked his quarry to its lair and faced it. He had met his family's herald, the spirit that had sung for his ancestors, and he had faced the announcement of his own oblivion, not with a scream, but with a welcome. He had won. He took one last, shuddering breath, a long, slow sigh of release that seemed to carry all his remaining life out of his frail body. And then he was still. His head sank back onto the sleeping mat, the beatific smile still gracing his lips. As his last breath left him, the moment he passed from this world, the banshee's wail softened. It descended from its terrifying, soul-shattering peak, cascading back down into a heartbroken sob. She gave our camp one last, sorrowful look, a look of ancient pity, and then she, the phantom basin, and the bloody shirt simply dissolved. She did not walk away or vanish in a flash, she unraveled, fading back into the moonlight and the mist until there was nothing left but the silent mound and the ancient hawthorn tree, standing guard beneath the stars. I was left alone. Alone in a silence that was deeper and more absolute than any I had ever known, a silence that pressed in on me from all sides. I was alone with the body of a man who had shown more courage in dying than any hunter I had ever guided had shown in the pursuit of life. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the empty space where she had been. Eventually, the cold seeped back into my bones, and the world came back into focus. I moved mechanically, my limbs stiff and clumsy. I went into the tent and gently closed Lord Ashworth's eyes. His face, in death, was peaceful, younger than it had been in life. The lines of pain and pride had smoothed away. He had found his rest. I covered him with a blanket, left the tent, and began to pack up the camp. I worked through the rest of the night, my mind a blank slate, my actions driven by instinct. As the first hint of dawn touched the eastern sky, I had the Land Rover packed and ready. The final, grim task was to carry his body, wrapped in his sleeping bag, and place it in the back of the vehicle. He weighed almost nothing. That is why I am coming home, Fiona. That is why I have no stomach for the business anymore. I have spent my life guiding men who hunt for sport, for a trophy to hang on a wall, for a story to tell their friends over whiskey. They hunt for the thrill of conquest, to prove their mastery over the wild. But I have seen a man hunt for the very essence of his own end, for a sound that was his legacy, for a final, sorrowful piece of his soul. After a hunt like that, how can I ever again raise a rifle to a stag and feel anything but shame? How can I pretend that the chase for glory matters? The mountains are still beautiful, Fiona, but their secrets are deeper and sadder than I ever knew. I have looked into the heart of a grief, older than the stones, and it has changed me. I am done with ghosts. I am coming home. My name is Banyu. For the past 15 years, I have been a licensed guide, leading expeditions into the deep mountains of the Tittawangsa Range. My record is unblemished. I have navigated treacherous terrain, faced down territorial sun bears, and weathered storms that could strip the bark from ancient trees. I have seen the beauty and the brutality of this land, and I have always held it with the deepest respect. I am a man of logic, of maps and compasses, of practical knowledge passed down through generations. I do not trade in superstition or local folklore. This report, however, is to formally request the permanent and immediate closure of the trails surrounding the village of Kampong Air Mendidi. My reasons are outlined below, and I swear on my life that every word is true. The events I am about to recount have forced me to accept that there are things in these mountains that defy maps, that cannot be explained by science, and that are profoundly, malevolently dangerous to any human soul that ventures near. It began, as it often does, with a simple request for my services. The man who contacted me did so through an intermediary, a trader in the nearest town who spoke of him in hushed, reverent tones. He did not give a proper name, only that he was to be called Bomo. A shaman, he was described, a practitioner of the old traditions. When I met him at the designated rendezvous point at the foot of the mountains, I understood the trader's apprehension. He was not a man you would forget. He was of indeterminate age, with a wary, compact strength that spoke of a life lived outdoors, but not in the way I knew. His skin was the color of rich, dark teak, and it was a canvas of faded, intricate tattoos that coiled around his arms and disappeared beneath the collar of his simple, dark clothing. They were not modern designs. They were ancient symbols, patterns I vaguely recognized from historical texts about pre-colonial animist beliefs. His face was a grim, unsmiling mask dominated by eyes that seemed to hold the stillness of a deep, dark jungle pool. He did not offer a handshake. He simply nodded, his gaze sweeping over me, assessing my competence in a single, unnerving glance. He was not a tourist seeking breathtaking views, nor a scientist cataloging flora and fauna. He was a specialist, a hunter. But his quarry was not one of the four-legged creatures that roamed these peaks. His target, he explained in a low, gravelly voice that was used to silence, was a woman. A woman who had, some months prior, moved into the small, isolated village of Kampung Air Mendidi, nestled in a valley that even most locals avoided. He claimed she was a source of a great and spreading sickness, a spiritual corruption that was beginning to poison the land and its people. I have dealt with eccentric clients before, men seeking mythical orchids, women chasing whispers of a lost World War II treasure. I initially filed his claim under that same category. A dispute, perhaps, a family feud cloaked in the language of the supernatural. My job was to guide, not to judge. The fee he offered was substantial, enough to silence any immediate questions. His instructions, however, were specific and deeply strange, setting the first real alarms ringing in my mind. We were to establish a camp in the dense jungle overlooking the village. From there, we would track the woman, observe her daily routines, and map her movements. But we were never to approach her, never to let her know she was being watched, especially during the day. In the light, she is just a shell, the Bomo stated, his voice flat. Our work is done only in the dark. He carried no rifle, no parang, not even a small knife for utility. My own pack was filled with the standard gear: ropes, first aid, water purifier, high-energy food. His was a simple canvas satchel, but it seemed to weigh him down, with a significance far beyond its physical contents. When he unpacked at our chosen observation point, I saw its contents laid out on a dark cloth. There was a heavy bag of coarse sea salt, a bundle of viciously sharp thorns, he identified as being from the Limal Purit, the kaffir lime tree, and a collection of several small, silver-backed mirrors, each no larger than my palm. This was not the equipment of a guide or a trekker. It was the arsenal of an exorcist. For 3 days, we watched. From our concealed position, we had a clear view of the village and the woman's small, stilted hut at its edge. She was nothing like the harbinger of plague the Bomo described. She was young, perhaps in her late 20s, with a ready smile and an easy charm that had clearly won over the villagers. She ran a small food stall near the village center, selling fried bananas and sweet cakes. We watched as children flocked to her, laughing as she gave them extra treats. We saw other villagers stop to chat, their body language open and friendly. She was, by all appearances, a beloved new member of their community. She tended a small garden, washed her clothes in the river, and sang softly to herself as she worked. She was the picture of simple, rustic innocence. With each passing hour of daylight, my skepticism grew into a certainty. The Bomo was mad, a paranoid fanatic chasing shadows born of some personal vendetta. I felt a growing sense of unease, not from the woman, but from my client. I was an accomplice to a strange, obsessive stalking. I began to plan my exit strategy, how I would confront him and terminate the contract. You see only the mask, not the face beneath. The Bomo whispered one afternoon, as if sensing my thoughts. We were crouched behind a curtain of ferns, the smell of damp earth thick in the air. Below, the woman was helping an elderly man mend a fishing net. The predator must appear harmless to its prey. His words did little to convince me. My world was one of tangible dangers. A loose rock on a cliff face, a venomous snake coiled in the undergrowth, the sudden fury of a tropical storm. This talk of masks and predators felt like the ravings of a lunatic. I was a guide, a man of the physical world. But I had agreed to the job, and my professional pride demanded I see it through. At least until he made a move that was overtly criminal. The real danger, I thought, was him. On the third day, as dusk began to bleed purple and orange across the sky, his demeanor changed. The quiet intensity sharpened into a palpable, focused energy. "Tonight, the moon is right," he said, his eyes fixed on the woman's hut as she lit a single kerosene lamp. "Tonight, she will hunt, and we will hunt her." The madness, I thought, was about to begin. I had no idea how right I was. The sun finally bled out behind the western peaks, and the jungle exhaled, its breath a cool, damp mist that clung to our skin. The familiar symphony of the day, the chatter of monkeys, the calls of hornbills, faded into the tense, whispered orchestra of the night. The cicadas began their rhythmic, high-pitched drone, a sound I usually found comforting, but which now felt like a tightening wire of suspense. The bomo rose from his crouched position, his movements fluid and silent, like a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness of the trees. His eyes, fixed on the single point of light in the woman's hut, held a chilling focus. "The time is now," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Stay close. Make no sound. The ground here remembers every footstep." He handed me 3 of the small, silver-backed mirrors. They were cold to the touch, unnaturally so, as if they had absorbed the chill of a place far deeper than this tropical night. He kept the rest, along with the bag of salt and the bundle of thorns. My role was simple, yet my hands trembled as I took the objects. I was a guide, used to giving instructions, to being the authority in this environment. Now I was a mere acolyte, in a ritual I couldn't begin to comprehend. My own expertise rendered meaningless. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the steady, unnerving rhythm of the cicadas. Every rational instinct screamed at me to abandon this madman and his delusions, to melt back into the jungle I knew and leave this village to its secrets. But I couldn't. I was anchored by a terrifying, magnetic curiosity. A need to see this through to its conclusion, whatever it might be. We moved like ghosts through the undergrowth, the bomo leading the way. He didn't use a torch. He seemed to navigate by some internal compass, his feet finding purchase on the damp earth without snapping a single twig. I, with all my years of experience, felt clumsy and loud in his wake. We circled the village, keeping to the deep shadows, where the jungle met the cleared land, until we were at the back of the woman's hut. It was a simple wooden structure, raised on stilts with a small, windowless back wall. The only light came from the front window, casting a warm, inviting glow that seemed a stark contradiction to the bomo's grim purpose. He stopped me with a hand on my chest and pointed to 3 specific trees that formed a rough triangle around the back and sides of the hut. His instructions were whispered, his breath smelling of earth and herbs. "Place a mirror on each of these trees, at the height of a man's eyes. They must face the hut. They will show the creature its own corruption." I did as I was told, my fingers fumbling as I used small lengths of vine to tie the mirrors to the trunks. The jungle pressed in, its darkness alive and watching. I could feel the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes, and for the first time, I wasn't sure they belonged to the animals I knew. When I was done, the bomo inspected my work with a critical eye, adjusting one mirror by a fraction of an inch before nodding in satisfaction. Next, he led me to the front of the hut. The path leading to her door was bare earth. He knelt, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he took the thorns from his bag. They were black and cruel, looking each at least 2 inches long. One by one, he began to press them into the ground, creating a dense, unbroken line just before her doorstep. It was a barrier a barefoot person could not cross without grievous injury. He was trapping her. Or, more accurately, he was trapping something in. With the preparations complete, he pulled me back into the thick foliage at the edge of the clearing. We found a spot behind a large banyan tree, its hanging roots providing a natural screen. From here, we had a clear view of the hut's front door and its single, illuminated window. And then, we waited. The minutes stretched into an eternity. The moon rose higher, casting the village in a pale, ethereal light. The sounds of the village died down. A closing door, a final snatch of conversation, the barking of a dog. Soon, the only sound was the incessant thrum of the jungle and the frantic beating of my own heart. I watched the hut, my eyes burning from the strain, waiting for something, anything. A part of me, the logical part, still expected this to be a fool's errand. I imagined the woman simply blowing out her lamp and going to sleep, leaving the Bomo and me sitting in the dark with his strange collection of junk. I clung to that possibility like a drowning man to a log. Just as I was about to dismiss the entire affair, the Bomo's hand shot out and gripped my arm. His grip was like iron. "Be still," he breathed. "It begins." I followed his gaze to the window. The light inside flickered, then changed. The warm, yellow glow of the kerosene lamp was being replaced by something else. A faint, sickly green luminescence, like phosphorescence on a rotting log, began to fill the small room. It pulsed softly, a slow, rhythmic beat like a diseased heart. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a trick of the light. This was real. Then I saw her silhouette against the glowing window. And I witnessed an act that tore the fabric of my reality to shreds, an act that defied all sanity and natural law. The woman's head, with a sound that I can only describe as a soft, wet pop, detached itself from her shoulders. For a horrifying second, it hovered there, unsupported. Then, her stomach and intestines, glowing with that same spectral green light, uncoiled from the hollow cavity of her neck and dangled beneath her severed head like obscene, luminous tentacles. I clapped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream, my stomach heaving. The logical world I had inhabited, my entire life crumbled into dust. The sight was so grotesque, so fundamentally wrong that my mind buckled. This was not a story told around a campfire. This was happening, 20 yards in front of me. The head, with its trailing, glowing entrails, floated gracefully towards the open window. It passed through the opening and rose into the night sky, supported by some unseen, unholy force. It was a Penangalan, a creature I had heard of only in the hushed, frightened whispers of the most superstitious villagers, a tale to scare children. A woman who, in life, had made a pact with dark forces to gain beauty or power, and was now cursed to this nightly hunt, her disembodied head, flying in search of the blood of newborns and pregnant women to sustain her unnatural existence. The thing flew over the quiet village, its long, dark hair trailing behind it, like a ghostly banner against the moonlit clouds. We heard it pass over the rooftops, a faint, wet, dragging sound. Then, from the far side of the village, came the sound we had been dreading, the thin, sharp cry of a baby. It was followed a moment later by a woman's terrified, piercing scream that ripped through the night. The Penangalan had found its meal. I turned to the Bomo. In the dim light, his face was a mask of grim, absolute determination. There was no shock, no fear, only a cold, hard resolve. "The head is a distraction," he whispered, his voice steady despite the horror we had just witnessed. The true target, the anchor of its soul, is the body. We must destroy it while she is away. That is the only way to kill the creature. My mind reeled, trying to process his words. The plan was suddenly, terrifyingly clear. The thorns, the mirrors, they weren't to keep her in. They were to keep her out. My mind, already fractured by the sight of the flying head, struggled to grasp the Bomo's words. The body is the anchor. The plan was not to fight the monster, but to deny it its home. The thorns were not a fence, but a lock. The mirrors were not for scrying, but for torment. It was a strategy of such cold, alien logic that it terrified me almost as much as the creature itself. My role as a guide had evaporated. I was now a soldier in a war I never knew existed, armed with folklore and superstition against a nightmare made flesh. My terror was a living thing, a cold knot of ice in my stomach. But the Bomo's unwavering resolve was a strange and powerful anchor. If he, who knew the true nature of this evil, was not afraid to stand against it, then I could not afford to run. We didn't have to wait long. A change in the air, a sudden drop in temperature, heralded its return. From the direction of the village, we heard it coming. It was not the silent, graceful flight of an owl, but a sickening, wet, dragging sound, accompanied by a low, guttural humming. It was the sound of its dangling organs, brushing against the rooftops and treetops, a sound that promised contamination and decay. It flew lower now, more sluggishly, its spectral glow slightly dimmed. It had fed. The Penangalan swooped down towards its hut, a grotesque parody of a bird returning to its nest. It hovered for a moment before the open window, and then it saw the trap. It stopped dead in the air, its head tilted, a gesture of confusion that was chillingly human. It floated closer to the doorway, its dangling entrails brushing the ground, and it saw the unbroken line of black thorns. A sound escaped it then, a sound that was not human. It was a high, pitched shriek of pure, unadulterated rage and dawning fear. It was the cry of a predator that has suddenly found itself caged. It recoiled violently in the air, its entrails whipping around it. Then its eyes, glowing with a malevolent green fire, swept the darkness and found us. They locked onto me, and in that instant, I felt a cold that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into my soul, a feeling of being seen, known, and utterly despised by something ancient and foul. The disembodied head was a thing of pure, concentrated terror. All pretense of humanity was gone, replaced by a demonic fury. It swooped at us, its mouth gaping open in a silent scream, revealing rows of sharp, stained teeth. Its entrails, no longer just dangling, whipped through the air like venomous tentacles, striking the trunk of the banyan tree with a wet smack that sent splinters flying. I stumbled back, tripping over a root, my courage shattering into a million pieces.
Hold the line.
The Bomo commanded, his voice a sharp crack in the night. He stepped forward, placing himself between me and the creature. He held up one of the silver, backed mirrors, its surface catching the moonlight.
Banyu, the salt.
Make a circle around us. Now, his command jolted me from my paralysis. I scrambled for the heavy bag of salt he had left with me. My hands shook so violently, I could barely open the drawstring. The Penangalan shrieked again as it saw its own horrific reflection in the mirror. Its face, a mask of rage and bloodlust, contorted in what looked like agony. It recoiled, shielding its eyes with a length of its own intestine in a gesture of profound self-loathing. The mirror was not just a reflection. It was a weapon, forcing the creature to confront the monster it had become. While it was distracted, I frantically poured the coarse salt onto the ground, my feet shuffling backward as I created a thick, white circle around our position behind the tree. The Penangalan, recovering its nerve, charged again. This time, it ignored the Bomo and came straight for me. It was a blur of hair and trailing organs. I cried out, bracing for the impact, but it stopped short, hissing as its leading entrails touched the salt line. The point of contact sizzled, producing a puff of black, acrid smoke, as if the holy purity of the earth. Salt was an acid to its unholy flesh. It could not cross the line. The rest of the night became a long, grueling battle of wills. The Penangalan was a creature of relentless, desperate energy. It could not get to its body, and it could not get to us. It circled our salt-ringed sanctuary like a shark, its eyes burning with a hateful intelligence. It swooped and feinted, testing for any break in our defense. It lashed out with its hair, which was coarse and strong as wire, and with its entrails, which it used like whips. The Bomo was a bastion of calm in the storm. He never ceased his low, monotonous chanting. A string of words in a language I did not recognize, but which vibrated with power. He held his mirror steady, catching the creature's reflection whenever it drew too near, forcing it back with its own hideous image. The night was filled with its shrieks of rage, and the Bomo's steady, rhythmic chanting, a primal duel between the profane and the sacred. At one point, the creature changed tactics. It rose high into the air and began to drop a thick, black, viscous fluid from its entrails. A rain of filth that steamed and corroded the leaves it touched. The Bomo pulled me further under the cover of the banyan tree, protecting us from the vile shower. The smell was indescribable, a mix of stagnant water, rot, and a coppery tang that could only be old blood. Hours passed. My initial terror gave way to a bone-deep exhaustion, but fear remained a constant, sharp presence. I watched the moon on its slow journey across the sky, praying for the dawn with an intensity I had never known. The Penangalan's attacks grew more frantic, more desperate. It knew its time was running out. If the head could not rejoin its body before sunrise, both parts would be destroyed, the unholy pact broken forever. Finally, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the sky in the east. A subtle shift from pitch black to a deep, bruised purple. The jungle held its breath. The cicadas quieted. The Penangalan felt it too. It let out a wail not of rage, but of pure, soul-shattering despair. It made one last, desperate charge, not at us, but at its hut, throwing itself against the invisible barrier of its own home. It clawed at the air, its entrails flailing uselessly just inches from the door. As the first true rays of dawn crested the mountain peaks, bathing the valley in a soft, golden light, the creature was caught in a sunbeam. Its spectral glow sputtered. Its flesh began to smoke. It let out a final, agonizing scream that echoed through the mountains, a sound of tearing flesh and a dying soul. And then, with a final, silent implosion, the flying head burst into a shower of black, foul-smelling dust that settled on the ground and vanished, leaving nothing behind. Silence. The beautiful, clean silence of a new morning. We waited for a long time, the Bomo and I, standing in our circle of salt, listening to the jungle awaken around us. When he was finally satisfied that it was over, he kicked a break in the salt line and walked towards the hut. I followed on trembling legs. He pushed the door open. Inside, the air was stale and thick with the smell of ash. On the simple sleeping mat in the center of the room lay a pile of fine, gray dust in the rough shape of a human body. The headless shell, its anchor severed from its soul, had crumbled into nothing. The sickness in Kampung Air Mendidi has ended. The villagers will speak of the screams in the night, of the woman who vanished as mysteriously as she arrived. They will create their own stories. But I cannot unsee what I saw. The horror is not just the monster, the flying head with its trailing organs. It is the knowledge that such profound evil can live behind a charming smile, can serve you sweet cakes during the day, and hunt your children by night. It is the perversion of the domestic into the demonic, the corruption of the familiar into the fullest of nightmares. That is a truth that has stained this valley forever. That is why the area must be sealed. Some places are too steeped in memory, too saturated with horror, to ever be safe for living souls again. My name is Arav Singh. For 15 years, I have guided treks through the labyrinthine trails of the Western Ghats. These mountains are my blood and my breath, a wilderness of shola forest and mist, shrouded peaks that I know better than the lines on my own hands. I've led scientists, bird watchers, thrickers, and soul searchers into the green heart of this ancient land. I've faced down territorial bull elephants, navigated landslides in the heart of the monsoon, and spent nights listening to the sawing cough of a leopard near my camp. In all that time, I believed I understood the mountain's dangers. I thought they were all physical, tangible things. Loose rock, a venomous snake, the sudden fury of a storm. I thought the age of myths was over, that the monsters were just stories whispered by grandmothers to frighten children into obedience. But I was wrong. Some of them have learned to adapt. The man who taught me this arrived not at my office, in the bustling town at the foot of the hills, but at my own home, a small cottage perched on the edge of the reserve forest. It was late, the evening rain drumming a soft tattoo on my tin roof. He didn't knock. He simply appeared at the edge of my veranda, a silhouette against the deepening twilight, as if the mist itself had coalesced into human form. He was a sadhu, a holy man, though he bore none of the serene peace I associated with them. His body was skeletal, a framework of bones draped in a simple saffron cloth. His hair was a mass of matted dreadlocks, and his skin was smeared with ash, giving him the pallor of a corpse. But it was his eyes that held me. They burned with a feverish, almost predatory intensity, the eyes of a man who has stared into abysses and seen things in the darkness stare back. He carried no wallet, no possessions save for a wooden staff and a small bundle wrapped in cloth. He offered me a stack of currency, more than enough for a two-week private expedition, the notes crisp and new. He had no name. He said, only a title that was not for me to know. His voice was a dry rustle, like leaves skittering across stone. I need a guide, he stated, not asked. I need to go to Blackwood Palace. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. No one went to Blackwood Palace. Locals called it Shaitani Haveli, the Devil's Manor. It was a rotting relic of the British Raj, a grand folly built high in an almost inaccessible part of the mountains by a colonial lord named Alistair Blackwood. The man had been an eccentric, an outcast even among his own people, obsessed with the occult and, strangely, with automatons. The stories said he filled his palace not with servants, but with intricate clockwork machines built to mimic life. The palace had been abandoned for nearly a century, left to be devoured by the jungle after Blackwood, and his entire mechanical staff vanished without a trace. The place was considered cursed, a blight on the mountainside that even the animals seemed to shun. The trails there are gone, I said, my voice carefully neutral. It's dangerous terrain. Unstable. The danger is not in the terrain. The sadhu replied, his burning eyes never leaving mine. Our paths are chosen for us, Arav Singh. Yours is to lead me there. Mine is to face what waits inside. He knew my name. I hadn't told him. A chill, entirely separate from the damp evening air, traced its way down my spine. Against my better judgment, against every instinct for self-preservation honed by years in the wild, I took the money. I told myself it was for the challenge, for the allure of a place no one had seen in generations. But the truth was, I was compelled by the sheer, terrifying certainty of the man standing before me. We set off at dawn 2 days later. The first part of the trek was familiar, winding through terraced tea plantations and villages where the smell of wood smoke hung in the air. The sadhu was a silent companion, moving with an unnerving, fluid grace. He consumed no food and drank only a little water from the mountain streams. He walked for hours without seeming to tire, his focus absolute, his gaze fixed on the distant, cloud-wreathed peaks where our destination lay hidden. As we climbed higher, the landscape grew wilder, more primal. The neat plantations gave way to dense, untamed jungle. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the scent of wet earth and decay. Giant ferns drooped over the barley. Their trail, and the canopy above was so thick that it plunged the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The sounds of civilization faded, replaced by the alien calls of unseen birds and the incessant hum of insects. It was a part of the Ghats I rarely ventured into, a place that felt watchful and anciently hostile. On the fourth night, we made camp in a small clearing beside a gushing waterfall. The air was cold, and I built a large fire, more for comfort than for warmth. The sadhu sat across from me, his form illuminated by the flickering flames, his eyes reflecting the light like polished obsidian. It was then that he finally spoke of his purpose. I am a hunter, guide, he said, his voice low. But my prey is not of flesh and blood. I hunt a Vedala. I stared at him, the crackle of the fire filling the sudden silence. I knew the stories. A Vedala is a spirit, a vampiric demon from the old tales that possesses corpses, reanimating them to haunt the living. They are creatures of the liminal spaces, the twilight between life and death. And they are said to be masters of trickery, speaking in riddles to ensnare the minds of men. I thought he was speaking in metaphors, that this was some spiritual quest to conquer a symbolic demon. A metaphor? I asked, trying to keep the skepticism from my voice. A dry, mirthless smile touched his lips. The modern world has forgotten that metaphors are born from truth. This creature is no symbol. It is an ancient and malevolent consciousness, and it is trapped. For 100 years, it has been bound to the grounds of Blackwood Palace, its prison and its kingdom. He leaned forward, the firelight carving deep shadows into his gaunt face. The Vedala's power comes from inhabiting a physical vessel. For centuries, that meant fresh corpses. But in the isolation of the palace, there were none to be found. So it grew clever. It learned. It found a new kind of vessel, one that does not decay, one that was built to imitate life but has never known it. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The roar of the waterfall suddenly sounded like a mournful scream. the last lord of the manor. Alistair Blackwood was a fool who meddled with powers he could not comprehend. He brought the Vedala to the palace, trapped in an artifact. But the spirit broke free. It could not escape the grounds, which were consecrated, but it could move within them. And it found a home. It has possessed one of the colonial-era automatons. He looked at me, his gaze piercing, demanding belief. We are hunting a ghost in a machine, Arav Sin. A clockwork butler. I slept little that night. The Sadhu's words had poisoned the familiar sounds of the jungle. The roar of the waterfall no longer sounded like water on rock, but like 1,000 tortured voices. The whisper of the wind through the canopy felt like the precursor to a malevolent utterance. A ghost in a machine. The idea was absurd. A collision of worlds. Ancient superstition and colonial-era engineering that had no place in the rational, physical world I inhabited. And yet, the Sadhu's conviction was a contagion. By the time the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, I found myself checking the edge of my axe. Not just for sharpness, but for reassurance. The final day of our ascent was the most arduous. There was no trail, only a brutal, near vertical climb over slick, moss-covered rocks and through tangled thickets of thorns that tore at our clothes and skin. The air grew thin and cold. A perpetual, clammy mist clung to everything, reducing visibility to a few feet and muffling all sound, creating a profoundly isolating silence. It felt as if the mountain itself was trying to repel us. Several times, I nearly lost my footing on treacherous ledges, my heavy pack threatening to pull me into the white abyss below. The Sadhu, however, moved with the same eerie calm, his bare feet finding purchase where my heavy-soled boots could not. We saw the palace first as a series of jagged silhouettes piercing the fog, like the teeth of a colossal dead animal. As we drew closer, the full scale of the ruin emerged from the mists. It was a monstrous testament to colonial hubris, a sprawling Gothic manor that had no right to be there, perched on a cliff edge, overlooking a sheer drop of thousands of feet. Stone gargoyles, their faces contorted in silent screams, were choked with vines. Ornate balconies sagged precariously, and entire sections of the roof had collapsed, leaving gaping holes that stared into the sky like vacant eye sockets. The jungle was not just surrounding the palace, it was consuming it, with massive tree roots buckling the stone foundations and creepers, clawing their way up the walls like green tendrils. The silence was the most unnerving part. There were no birds, no insects, not even the rustle of wind in the trees. It was a dead space, a pocket of absolute stillness that felt profoundly unnatural. The consecration holds, the Sadhu murmured, his voice barely disturbing the quiet. He pointed with his staff towards the crumbling main gate. The spirit is bound within these grounds. It cannot leave, but we of our own free will must enter. My role, he explained, had now shifted. He was the spiritual warrior. I was the physical one. My knowledge of terrain and structure, my ability to spot a loose floorboard or a crumbling ceiling, was now our first line of defense. I was to be his eyes and ears for the mundane dangers of the ruin, so he could focus his entire being on the supernatural threat. He handed me a small, tightly woven pouch of what looked like salt and herbs. Keep this on your person. It will offer some small protection. Do not lose it. With my hand resting on the handle of my axe, I pushed open one of the massive, iron-bound teak doors. It groaned in protest, the sound echoing like a moan through the cavernous space beyond. We stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of dust, damp, and a faint, cloying scent of ozone and old oil. We were in a grand entrance hall, a place of faded majesty. A magnificent double staircase swept upwards into the shadows, its carved banisters thick with cobwebs. A vast, tattered tapestry depicting a British hunting scene hung on one wall, the faces of the hunters obscured by mildew. But my attention was drawn to the other inhabitants of the hall. They were everywhere, frozen in place, like actors on a stage when the play has abruptly ended. A clockwork footman stood by the door, his brass hand still outstretched to receive a guest's hat. A mechanical maid was halfway through a curtsy, her metal fingers clutching a feather duster. Their painted-on smiles were grotesque in the gloom, their glass eyes staring blankly into nothing. They were marvels of engineering, every gear and piston visible through panels of glass set into their torsos. But they were also deeply unsettling, lifeless parodies of humanity. "It will use the palace against us," the sadhu whispered, his eyes scanning the upper galleries. "It has had a century to learn every secret, every weakness of this place. Be wary of everything." The hunt became a surreal nightmare. We moved slowly, methodically, through the decaying labyrinth of the palace. I took the lead, my boots crunching on a carpet of fallen plaster and dead leaves. I tested every floorboard before we crossed, my gaze constantly sweeping the ceilings for any sign of instability. The sadhu followed a few paces behind, his head tilted as if listening to a sound I couldn't hear, his lips moving in a silent, continuous chant. The Vedala did not wait long to make its presence known. As we crossed a long, portrait-lined gallery, a low, grinding sound echoed from the far end of the hall. It was a strange, metallic rasp, a voice that was both ancient and artificial. It came not from a single point, but from everywhere at once, broadcast through some hidden system of speaking tubes that Blackwood must have installed. The man who built me gave me no voice. The man who speaks through me has no body. What am I? The riddle hung in the dead air. It was a test, a distraction. "Do not answer," the sadhu commanded, his voice sharp. "Do not engage its logic. It is a trap for the mind." I focused on the physical, my heart hammering against my ribs. Ahead, a massive crystal chandelier, each prism the size of my fist, hung directly in our path. It was suspended by a thick, rusted chain. As we drew level with it, I heard a faint click from the ceiling above. I didn't hesitate. "Get back," I yelled, shoving the sadhu behind me. A split second later, the chain snapped. The chandelier plummeted, striking the floor with a deafening crash that sent a shockwave through the building. Shards of crystal exploded outwards like shrapnel, one slicing a deep gash across my forearm. We were showered in a rain of glittering dust. Where we had been standing a moment before was now a crater of splintered wood and twisted metal. The metallic voice laughed, a dry, grating sound that scraped at the nerves. Sharp eyes guide, but the body is so fragile. The attacks grew more cunning. The tripwire, almost invisible in the gloom, was rigged to release a volley of heavy, decorative spears from the wall. In the library, where towering shelves groaned under the weight of rotting books, the entity triggered a collapse, trying to bury us under an avalanche of paper and wood. We were forced to dive through a doorway, which promptly slammed shut behind us, the lock clicking into place with grim finality. We were trapped. The room was a small study, its only other exit aborted, up window overlooking the sheer cliff face. The air grew colder, and the faint smell of ozone intensified. The sadhu stood in the center of the room, his eyes closed, his chanting growing louder, more urgent. He was fighting a battle I could not see. His spiritual defenses pitted against the Vitala's malevolent will. I stood guard, my axe held ready, my back to him as I faced the heavy oak door, my breath plumed in the frigid air. The silence stretched, thick and expectant. Then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound. Tick. Tock. It wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from inside the room with us. Slowly, I turned. In the darkest corner of the study, half hidden by the shadows of a large, draped desk, a shape was moving. It rose silently, unfolding itself with a series of quiet clicks and whirs. It was a life-sized clockwork man, dressed in the tattered, moldering remains of a butler's uniform. Its brass face was polished and expressionless, but as it stepped out of the shadows, I saw its eyes. They were not the blank glass lenses of the other automatons. Deep within them, a faint, malevolent red light pulsed softly, like the dying embers of a fire. The metallic, rasping voice spoke again, but this time it wasn't an echo in the halls. It came directly from the speaker, grill set in the automaton's chest, and it was no more than 10 feet away. I have gears for a heart but feel no time. I have hands of brass but cannot feel a touch. What am I? It asked, its head tilting with an unnervingly fluid motion. I am your end. For a long moment, nobody moved. The only sounds were the soft, rhythmic ticking of the automaton's internal mechanism and the low, intense drone of the sadhu's chanting. The machine stood perfectly still, its polished brass face a blank canvas, yet the pulsing red light in its glass eyes conveyed a depth of ancient, calculating malice that was more terrifying than any human expression. My knuckles were white where I gripped the handle of my axe. Every muscle in my body was coiled tight, screaming at me to either run or attack. Your holy man is busy. The Vetala's metallic voice rasped from the butler's chest. He builds a cage of words for a spirit. But I am no longer just a spirit. I am steel and brass. I am logic and gear. His cage cannot hold me. The sadhu's eyes snapped open. They were no longer burning with intensity. They were wide with strain, bloodshot, as if he were physically wrestling with an immense, unseen force.
Arav! The vessel!
It must be broken, he yelled, his voice cracking with effort. That was all the signal the creature needed. It moved. It wasn't the jerky, hesitant motion of a machine. It was a blur of unnatural speed, a fluid, silent lunge that defied its mechanical nature. It crossed the 10 feet between us in an instant. I barely had time to raise my axe. There was a screech of metal on metal as its arm. A simple brass rod slammed against the flat of the axe head with impossible force, sending a painful vibration jarring up my arms. It wasn't trying to strike me, I realized. It was trying to disarm me. I shoved it back, putting my weight into it. It was like pushing against a stone wall. The automaton didn't yield. It simply absorbed the force and recalibrated. Its other hand shot out. The fingers, articulated brass talons, aiming for my face. I twisted away, feeling the cold metal scrape against my cheek, drawing blood. The thing was impossibly strong, impossibly fast. It fought with the cold, brutal efficiency of a machine, combined with the ancient, malevolent cunning of the demon within. Behind me, the sadhu's chanting grew louder, more frantic. The temperature in the room plummeted further. Frost began to creep across the floorboards, radiating out from where he stood. The Vetala, in its clockwork body, seemed to feel it. It flinched, its movements becoming momentarily stiff, as if the cold were thickening the oil in its joints. "Your prayers are an annoyance." It grated, turning its head in a full 180-degree rotation to look at the sadhu, a movement that made my stomach churn. A static that interferes with my calculations. Seizing the momentary distraction, I swung my axe, not at its body, but at its legs. I aimed for the knee joint, a complex tangle of gears and pistons. The axe bit deep, and with a shower of sparks and a high-pitched shriek of protesting metal, the automaton's leg buckled. It staggered, its balance momentarily compromised. It was the opening we needed. "The ballroom," the sadhu shouted, already moving towards the door.
"It is the heart of the palace, the place of its greatest power."
It must be ended there. He threw his weight against the heavy oak door. It didn't budge. The Vedala had locked us in. As the automaton righted itself, its damaged leg dragging with a horrid grinding sound, I ran at the door. "Stand back," I roared. Two heavy, desperate kicks from my climbing boots, aimed directly at the lock mechanism, were enough to splinter the frame. The door flew open with a crack of tortured wood. We spilled out into the gallery and ran, the rhythmic, grinding limp of the automaton echoing behind us. It was no longer moving with silent speed. It was a cacophony of broken machinery, a relentless, terrifying pursuit. We didn't dare look back. We raced through the decaying halls, past the frozen, silent figures of the other clockwork servants, their blank eyes seeming to follow our panicked flight. We burst into the grand ballroom, and the sheer scale of the decay took my breath away. Moonlight streamed through the collapsed sections of the ceiling, illuminating a scene of utter ruin. The parquet floor was warped and buckled, littered with shattered chandeliers and the skeletal remains of ornate furniture. Tattered curtains, heavy with a century of dust, stirred in the breeze from the broken windows, like ghostly dancers. In the center of the room, the sadhu stopped. He pulled a small pouch from his robes, not the one he had given me, but a larger one, and began to pour a thick, unbroken circle of coarse salt and ash onto the floor.
"Keep it away from me,"
he commanded, his focus absolute. "I need time."
"Just a little time."
The clockwork butler appeared in the grand doorway, silhouetted against the darkness of the hall. It stood there for a moment, its head tilted as if assessing the situation. The red glow in its eyes intensified, burning with rage. "You cannot banish what has a home of steel and brass," it rasped, the voice echoing in the vast, ruined space. "You cannot kill what is not truly alive." It raised its arm, and with a soft snick, a long, slender blade sprang from its wrist, gleaming in the moonlight. It had been designed as a butler, but Blackwood had clearly armed his servants for more than just carving roasts. It charged. Its limp was more pronounced now, but it compensated with a terrifying, scuttling gait, its good leg propelling it forward in a series of jarring lunges. I met it in the center of the room, my axe feeling pitifully small and clumsy against its mechanical precision. It was a whirlwind of flashing steel. The blade darted and stabbed, aiming for my throat, my chest, my eyes. All I could do was parry, the clang of my axe against its blade ringing through the ballroom. It was a dance of death with a partner who could not tire, who felt no pain, and who calculated every move with inhuman logic. I was losing. My arms ached, my lungs burned. The gash on my forearm was bleeding freely, and a dozen other small cuts stung with sweat. The automaton pressed its advantage, forcing me back, step by step, towards the edge of the sadhu's circle. The holy man was oblivious, his chanting reaching a fever pitch, his hands raised to the sky as if gathering unseen energy. The automaton feinted with its blade, and as I moved to block, its other hand shot out, the brass talons clamping around my wrist in a vice-like grip. It squeezed. I cried out as I felt the bones grind together, my fingers going numb. My axe fell from my useless hand, clattering onto the floor. The machine leaned in close, its expressionless face just inches from mine. The smell of ozone and hot metal was overpowering. The body is so fragile. It whispered through its speaker grill. It raised its wrist blade, preparing for the final, killing thrust. Behind it, the sadhu screamed a single, powerful word, a syllable that seemed to shake the very foundations of the palace. The circle of salt and ash around him erupted in a flash of brilliant, blue-white light. The automaton froze, its blade hovering an inch from my throat. It shuddered violently, a tremor running through its entire metal frame. A high-pitched whine emanated from its chest, and the red light in its eyes flickered wildly. It was distracted. The spiritual attack had momentarily severed the link between the demon and the machine. It was my only chance. It was the only thing I could do. With my free hand, I reached down, grabbed the heavy handle of my guide's axe from the floor, and with every last ounce of strength I possessed, I swung it upwards. Not at its head, not at its limbs, but at the glass panel on its chest, at the intricate, whirring clockwork heart within. The axe head struck true. The reinforced glass shattered. The heavy steel blade plunged deep into the complex mechanism of gears, springs, and pistons. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. There was a sound like 1,000 clocks breaking at once. Gears and springs flew across the room with explosive force. The automaton's body went rigid, its limbs locking into place. The wrist, blade dropped, clattering harmlessly to the floor. The machine collapsed in a heap of broken, twisted metal. Its limbs splayed at unnatural angles. A thin black, oily smoke coiled up from the wreckage of its chest cavity. It swirled in the air for a moment, forming a vague, screaming face, before letting out a final, frustrated sigh that seemed to be sucked into nothingness. The malevolent red glow in its glass eyes died, leaving them blank and lifeless. Silence descended upon the ballroom, absolute and profound. The sadhu nodded slowly, his body slumping with exhaustion. "The vessel is broken," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "The spirit is banished. For now, we left the palace to its decay, not speaking a word. The journey down the mountain was a blur of pain and exhaustion. We parted ways at the forest's edge, just as we had met, with the sadhu melting back into the world, as if he had never been there. I learned something in those mountains, something that haunts my quiet moments. The old monsters, the ancient demons, they don't die. They don't fade away into myth. They just wait. They watch. They wait for new biologies, new vessels to inhabit. We are still haunted. We have just given our ghosts new machines to hide in. My name is Bjorn Eriksson. For 20 years, the Jotunheimen Mountains have been my office, my sanctuary, and my lifeblood. I guide climbers and the occasional wealthy tourist through the jagged peaks and glacier-carved valleys that the old sagas called the home of the giants. I am, or at least I was, a man of tangible things of rock and ice, of rope and carabiner, of barometric pressure and the subtle shift in the wind that warns of a coming storm. My world was one of physical laws and measurable risks. It was a world that had no room for myths, ghosts, or the whispers of a forgotten age. The Vierlelve changed all of that. She arrived not at my office in the village, but at my small, isolated cabin, high on a slope overlooking the valley. It was late autumn, a time when the mountains exhale a final, wary breath before surrendering to the deep freeze of winter. The tourist season was long over, and I was settling into my quiet months of solitude, mending gear and planning routes for the next spring. A storm was rolling in, the sky the color of a deep bruise, and the wind was beginning to howl a familiar, mournful song against my windows. No sane person would be out in such weather, especially not on the steep, winding path to my door. Then came the knock. It wasn't the frantic, desperate sound of a lost hiker. It was 3 slow, deliberate raps on the thick oak door, a sound as solid and patient as the mountains themselves. I grabbed the heavy iron poker from beside the hearth, a primal caution overriding my modern sensibilities, and pulled the door open just a crack. There she stood, seemingly untouched by the gale. She was ancient, her face a breathtaking tapestry of wrinkles, each line a story etched by a century of sun and sorrow. Her hair was the color of snow, dusted silver, braided with small, dark stones and what looked like bird feathers. But it was her eyes that seized me. They were a startling, impossibly pale blue, like the heart of a glacier, and they held a depth of knowledge that felt both profound and deeply unsettling. She was wrapped in dark wools and furs, and she leaned on a staff of gnarled rowan wood. She did not ask for shelter. She simply looked at me with those piercing eyes and spoke, her voice a dry rustle like autumn leaves skittering across stone. "You are Bjorn Eriksson," she stated, not asked. "The guide. I require your services." I should have closed the door. Every instinct, honed by years of reading the subtle warnings of nature, screamed at me that this woman was a disruption, a storm of a different kind. But I found myself stepping aside, holding the door open for her to enter. She moved past me into the warmth of my cabin, bringing a chill with her that had nothing to do with the weather outside. The air suddenly smelled of wood smoke, damp earth, and something else, something ancient and herbal, like a long sealed tomb being opened. She introduced herself only as a Vielva, a seer. Over a mug of hot tea that she held in her gnarled fingers but did not drink, she laid out her purpose. She spoke of a vision, not as a dream or a premonition, but as a concrete, unalterable fact. A new deep sea oil platform, a marvel of modern engineering named the Sleipner's Pride, was destined for a catastrophic failure. A microscopic flaw in a critical support weld, she explained, would rupture under the immense pressure of the winter storms, unleashing a tide of black death into the North Sea. It would poison the coastlines for a generation, a disaster of unimaginable scale. I listened, my skepticism a heavy cloak around me. I'm a practical man. I believe in stress tests, metallurgical science, and safety inspections. Not in prophecies delivered by a woman who looked as though she'd stepped out of a history book. I told her as much, perhaps more bluntly than was polite. She just smiled, a faint, sad motion of her lips. Mankind's pride is a flaw in itself. Bjorn Eriksson, your science is not infallible. This will happen. My vision is absolute. To avert this catastrophe, she said, she needed to retrieve an artifact. It was located in a place I knew only from folklore and faded, archaic maps, a mountain deep in the Jotunheimen range. A peak the old charts called the Barrow of the Sea King. She wanted me to lead her there. The artifact was the king's lodestone, a piece of magnetized iron that, she claimed, held a power beyond its simple physical properties. In her words, it could right what is tilted, reasserting a fundamental balance that would somehow prevent the disaster. It sounded like madness, a magic rock to fix a steel platform. I refused. The journey was too dangerous, especially now, with winter closing in. The specified mountain was in a treacherous, rarely traveled region. The story of the sea, King's Barrow, was a local ghost story. A tale told to children to keep them from wandering too far into the high peaks. The Vielva simply reached into a leather pouch at her belt and placed a stack of banknotes on my table. It was a staggering amount of money, more than I would make in 2 full years of guiding. But it wasn't just the money that swayed me. It was the look in her eyes. There was no deceit, no madness, only a terrifying certainty. It was the look of someone who has seen the end of the world and is willing to pay any price to stop it. Against every rational thought in my head, I heard myself agree. The journey took 4 days. They were the strangest 4 days of my life. The Vielva, who looked as though a strong gust of wind could shatter her, was an inexhaustible hiker. She moved with a slow, steady rhythm, her rowan staff tapping against the rock, never seeming to tire. The mountains, my mountains, felt different with her in them. They seemed to watch us. One afternoon, a herd of reindeer crossed our path, hundreds of them, moving with a silent, ghostly purpose. They stopped and stared at us, a sea of dark, liquid eyes, before continuing on their way. It was unnatural. Animals in these parts are shy, fleeting. The weather held, unnaturally so. The storm that had been brewing the night she arrived had dissipated, leaving behind days of crisp, cold, and unnervingly still air. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the scree, and the Violava's quiet, rhythmic breathing. She barely spoke, and when I tried to make conversation, her answers were short and cryptic. I felt less like a guide and more like an escort, a tool being carried to a specific location for a specific purpose. On the evening of the 4th day, we arrived. The Barrow of the Sea King was not the simple pile of stones from the legends. It was a massive, artificial mound on the high shoulder of the mountain, a feature that defied the natural geology of the area. It was a scar on the landscape, ancient and deliberate, and set into its face was a door. It was a single, colossal slab of dark, unweathered stone, taller than 2 men, and it was covered in deeply carved runes that seemed to squirm and shift if you stared at them for too long. The air here was frigid, heavy with a palpable sense of waiting. This was not a place of rest, it was a cage. I turned to the Vielva, ready to ask how she planned to move a stone that must have weighed many tons. I had assumed our job was to excavate, to find a way around it. I was wrong. Her face was grim in the fading light, her pale blue eyes fixed on the runic door. "The preparations are complete," she murmured, more to herself than to me. "Now we must wake the king." She turned her gaze from the door to me, and for the first time, I saw not just certainty in her eyes, but a sliver of something else. Pity. It was in that moment that a cold dread, far colder than the mountain air, began to seep into my bones. I was not here to help her dig. My purpose was something else entirely. "Wake the king," I repeated, my voice tight. The words felt alien in my mouth. "What are you talking about?" "That's a slab of rock. We need drills, pry bars, maybe explosives. The VLV turned her back to me, facing the immense runic door. She paid my practical objections no mind, as if I were a child chattering about things I couldn't possibly comprehend. She raised her gnarled Rowan staff, its tip dark and polished from her constant grip, and began to chant. It was not a language I recognized. The words were guttural, rhythmic, full of hard consonants and long, moaning vowels that seemed to pull the very heat from the air. The temperature, already biting, plummeted. I could see my breath pluming in thick, white clouds. A frost, delicate and intricate as a spider's web, began to creep across the surface of the great stone door, tracing the edges of the carved runes. The symbols themselves seemed to respond to her chant, pulsing with a faint, sickly green light, like phosphorescence on a rotting log. The silence of the mountain was shattered, replaced by her droning voice in a low, resonant hum that vibrated up from the ground, through the soles of my boots and into my bones.
Stop this!
I shouted, taking a step toward her.
This is madness!
She didn't turn, but her voice cut through her own chant, sharp and commanding. It is too late to stop. The ward is broken. He will hear. A deep, grinding groan echoed from behind the stone slab, the sound of a glacier calving, of the world's foundations shifting in their sleep. It was a sound of immense, impossible weight being disturbed after millennia of stillness. Cracks began to spiderweb through the frost on the door. The Via Lave's chant grew louder, more frantic, and the green light from the runes flared. It was then that she finally explained the terrible, complete truth. She spoke without looking at me, her eyes still fixed on the door, as if holding a beast at bay. The lodestone is not a mere object, Bjorn Eriksson. It is bound to the sea, King's spirit, to the very essence of his power. It cannot be stolen from his tomb like a common trinket. It must be won. The cold dread that had been seeping into me now flooded my veins, turning my blood to ice. Won? How? The Draugr must be defeated, she said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. The guardian of the barrow. A walking corpse of immense strength and vile temper, jealously guarding its hoard. It is a creature of rot and sea, rack animated by a dark and ancient magic. It must be challenged in ritual combat by one who is worthy. The grinding sound intensified, and dust trickled from the edges of the great door. I could feel the pressure in the air changing, a physical weight pressing in on me. My mind was reeling, trying to reject what I was hearing, but the evidence was right in front of me. The glowing runes, the impossible sound, the palpable wrongness of this place. Only then. She continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper. When a champion has proven his strength and courage, will the Draugr's grip on the stone be released? It is the only way. A horrifying realization dawned, a conclusion so monstrous that I couldn't speak it aloud. I stared at her back, at my modern climbing axe hitched to my belt, at my own hands, calloused and strong from years of clinging to rock faces. The Elva finally turned to face me, and the pity I had seen in her eyes before was now laid bare. It was the pity one feels for an animal heading to the slaughter. "You're the challenger, Bjorn Eriksson," she said, her pale eyes meeting mine. The final pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with sickening finality. You are strong. You are of the old blood of this land. The king will see you as a worthy opponent. I was tricked, deceived from the very beginning. I was not a guide. I was the sacrifice. The money, the strange journey, her assessment of my strength. It was all a lie, a means to an end. My purpose was to be the key, the living weapon she would use to unlock this tomb. Rage, hot and blinding, surged through me, momentarily chasing away the fear.
You lied to me!
I lunged for her, my hands outstretched, but I hit a barrier as solid and unyielding as glass. A ripple of green energy flared, where my hands made contact, and I was thrown backward, landing hard on the frozen ground. The air knocked from my lungs. "The circle is cast," she said, her voice ringing with an authority that was not her own. "There is no leaving. Not for you, not for me. The deed must be done." With a final, deafening crack, the great stone door began to move. It didn't swing open. It slid sideways into the mound itself, grinding into a recess with a sound that set my teeth on edge. A wave of air rolled out of the opening. An air that was utterly dead, stagnant and colder than any winter night. It carried a stench of decay, of brine, and of something else, the smell of deep, wet earth and ancient, undisturbed dust. The Virolave gestured with her staff toward the black rectangle of the entrance. "We must enter. He is waiting." My body refused to move. My legs were lead, my muscles locked in a paralysis of sheer terror. But some unseen force, the power of her will, or the magic of this cursed place, pulled me to my feet. I walked as if in a dream, my movements stiff and clumsy, my modern ice axe feeling like a child's toy in my hand. We stepped across the threshold and into absolute darkness. The Virolave's staff began to glow with that same sickly green light, casting long, dancing shadows that made the narrow passageway seem alive. The walls were made of massive, perfectly fitted stones, slick with a dampness that was not water, but some kind of cold, greasy condensation. The passage sloped gently downward, leading us into the heart of the mountain. After perhaps 50 paces, it opened into a vast, circular chamber. The ceiling was high, lost in the oppressive darkness above the reach of the staff's light. In the exact center of the chamber, illuminated by the Virolave's eerie glow, lay a massive stone slab, and on that slab lay the king. He was huge, far larger than any man I had ever seen, easily 7 feet tall even lying down. He was dressed in decaying black mail, studded with barnacles and patches of dried seaweed, as if he had been dredged from the bottom of the ocean. A great, double-bitted battle axe rested on his chest, its head as wide as my torso. His hands, swollen and gray, were folded over its handle. A long, matted beard, the color of rotting kelp, spread across his chest. His face was a mask of regal cruelty, his features sharp and proud even in death. His skin was the color of a bruise, a mottled blue-gray, tight and swollen like that of a drowned man. He looked less like a corpse and more like a statue carved from waterlogged stone. This was the Draugr. The Virolave began her chant again, a low, keening sound that filled the dead silence of the tomb. The air grew colder still, a profound, soul, deep cold that seemed to emanate directly from the corpse on the slab. A foul, green light, the same that pulsed from the runes in her staff, began to glow from within the Draugr's closed eyelids. Then, with a sound like a frozen tree branch snapping, one of its fingers twitched. The twitching finger was followed by a symphony of grotesque sounds. Joints, stiffened by 1,000 years of disuse, began to crack and pop with the sharp report of breaking ice. The sound echoed in the dead air of the tomb, a horrifying percussion to the Violave's relentless chant. The corpse on the slab sat up, its movements stiff, jerky, and utterly unnatural. It was not the fluid motion of a living thing. but the mechanical articulation of a puppet pulled by unseen strings. It swung its legs off the stone slab, and its feet, clad in rotting leather boots, touched the floor of the chamber. It rose to its full, impossible height. Standing, the Draugr was a giant, its head scraping the oppressive darkness far above the reach of the staff's light. Its flesh, the swollen, blue-gray of a drowned man, seemed to absorb the green glow, making it look like a thing carved from diseased ice. Its ancient mail chinked and scraped with the movement, and the barnacles clinging to it looked like dead, staring eyes. Then it opened its own. The foul green light that had been pulsing beneath its lids now blazed forth from two empty sockets. There were no eyes, only orbs of pure, malevolent energy. It threw its head back, its jaw unhinging to an unnatural degree, and it let out a scream. It was not a sound meant for human ears. It was a physical force, a wave of pure despair that slammed into me, vibrating in my bones and rattling my teeth. It was the shriek of the storm, the roar of the avalanche, the final, gurgling cry of a drowning man. My mind was flooded with images, not my own, the crushing blackness of the deep sea, lungs bursting for air that would never come, the splintering of a long ship's hull against jagged rocks, and the cold, eternal silence of a watery grave. The will to fight, the will to live, drained out of me, replaced by a profound, soul-crushing hopelessness. I wanted to lie down on the cold stone and let the darkness take me.
Fight, Jorn Eriksson!
The Violava's voice cut through the psychic assault, a lifeline in a sea of despair. Fight, or you are lost. Her words broke the spell. The images receded, leaving me gasping and trembling, my climbing axe feeling like a feather in my suddenly weak grasp. The Draugr lowered its head, its burning green gaze fixing on me. It saw me not as a person, but as an intruder, a violation of its sacred tomb. With a low growl, it reached down and took up its massive battle axe from the slab. The weapon, which should have been impossibly heavy, was lifted with one swollen, gray hand as if it were a twig. It came for me. It didn't run. It stalked forward with a slow, inexorable purpose, each footstep a heavy, deliberate thud that shook the chamber floor. The cold radiating from its body was a tangible thing, a wave of frigid malice that sapped my strength and numbed my limbs. I was a climber, a man of precision and calculated movement. I was not a warrior. My axe was designed to bite into ice, not the animated flesh of a nightmare. But instinct took over. As the Draugr raised its great axe for a sweeping blow that would have split me in two, I dove to the side, rolling across the slick, cold floor. The ancient weapon came down where I had been standing, striking the stone with a deafening clang. Sparks flew, and a chunk of the floor shattered, spraying stone chips like shrapnel. The fight was a brutal, primal thing. It was a dance of desperation on my part and relentless, mindless fury on the Draugr's. It fought with the muscle memory of a Viking king, its swings powerful and precise, yet it was driven by the insensate rage of the undead. I was faster, more agile, but it was impossibly strong. Every time its axe crashed against the stone near me, the shockwave jarred my entire body. The sheer cold it projected was a weapon in itself, slowing my reactions, making my muscles feel sluggish and heavy. I only survived because I was not fighting alone. The Violava stood at the edge of the chamber, her staff held high, her chant a constant, unwavering counter, rhythm to the Draugr's violence. Her words were a weapon I could not see but could feel. As she chanted, I saw faint, shimmering threads of the green energy, that animated the Draugr begin to fray and snap. Her magic was not an attack, it was a severing, a slow unwinding of the dark spell that held the corpse together. The Draugr seemed to feel it too. It would occasionally falter, its movements becoming stiffer, its swings slightly less coordinated. It was in those moments that I could strike. I darted in, swinging my axe like a club. The adze, the broad hammering part of the head, struck its side with a sickening, wet thud. It left a dark dent in the decaying mail, but seemed to cause the creature no pain. It simply turned its glowing head, its expression of cold fury unchanged, and swiped at me with its free hand. The back of its hand caught my arm. It wasn't a powerful blow, but the touch was electric, a shock of absolute cold that burned worse than any fire. A deep, bone-chilling numbness instantly spread from the point of contact, and I cried out, stumbling back. The creature's grip was like being clamped in a vise made of frozen iron. It pressed its advantage, stalking forward, its own great axe held low for a killing thrust. I knew I had only seconds. My modern world, my logic, my understanding of life and death had been shattered. I was in a saga now, a dark and bloody tale, and I had to find a way to write my own ending. As it lunged, I didn't try to meet its strength. I used my climber's instincts. I saw not a monster, but a problem of physics and leverage. Its leading leg, the right one, was taking all of its forward momentum, while the Virlava's chant caused it to stumble for a fraction of a second. I dropped to one knee and swung my axe with all the strength I had left. I aimed not for the flesh, but for the joint. The sharp pick of my axe, designed to shatter dense water ice, struck the Draugr's knee. There was a sound like a great tree cracking in a winter freeze. The ancient bone, brittle with age despite its magical animation, shattered. The Draugr's forward lunge became an uncontrolled fall. It roared, a sound of fury and surprise, as its leg buckled beneath it. It stumbled, its massive frame tilting forward, its balance lost for the first time. This was my only chance. Fueled by adrenaline and terror, I surged to my feet. As the monster fell toward me, I leaped forward, planting my foot on its collapsing thigh and vaulting upward. For a single, heart-stopping moment, I was airborne, looking directly into the twin pits of green fire that served as its eyes. I raised my axe high, reversing my grip, and with a scream of my own, a cry of rage and defiance, I drove the pick down into its skull. There was no resistance, no crunch of bone. It was like driving the pick into a block of dense, frozen earth. The axe head sank to the hilt. The Draugr did not fall. It froze. Its lunge stopped, its body locked in place. The blood-curdling scream cut off into absolute silence. The foul green light in its eyes flickered, dimmed, and then died, plunging the chamber into near darkness, lit only by the faint, residual glow of the Virlava's staff. Then, the change began. Starting from the head, its body began to turn to dust. The swollen, blue-gray flesh desiccated in an instant, crumbling away like ancient parchment. The mail-lit armor clattered to the floor, empty. The process moved down its body, a wave of dissolution, until nothing was left but a pile of rusted armor, the great battle axe, and a cloud of fine, gray dust that settled slowly in the silent air. On the stone slab where the king had first lain, a single object now rested, pulsing with a soft, internal light. It was a small, dark stone, no bigger than my fist, humming with a quiet power that felt clean and pure in the now cleansed air. The lodestone. I stood panting, my body screaming with pain and exhaustion, my mind numb. The Villalva walked slowly to the slab. Her chanting finally ceased. She picked up the stone, her gnarled fingers closing around it. Her face was grim, etched with a sorrow so deep it seemed ancient. The price was paid, she said softly, her pale eyes meeting mine. The balance is righted. I have not been the same since that day. I don't know if the Sleipnir's pride was saved, if the black tide was averted. I never asked, and she never told me. My arm, where the Draugr gripped me, is permanently cold to the touch. No matter how warm the room, the skin is like ice, tinged with a faint, permanent blue mottling. And I cannot be near the sea. The sound of the waves, the smell of the salt, it fills me with a primal dread I cannot explain, a memory of drowning that is not my own. The Villalva may have saved the coast, but she damned a part of my soul to the cold, dark and silent tomb of the Sea King. I am no longer a man of just rock and ice. I am a man who knows what sleeps beneath the stone. My name is Farid, and the mountains are my ledger. For 30 years, I have etched my life into their stony faces, guiding men of wealth and ambition into the wide heart of the Zagros Range. They come seeking the thrill of the hunt, the head of a Persian leopard, or the horns of goat to mount on their walls. They pay handsomely for my knowledge of the ancient paths, the hidden springs, and the places where the beasts make their homes. I am, by all accounts, the best. My reputation is built on a simple foundation. I bring my clients back, successful and alive. I have faced blizzards that appear from a clear sky, rockfalls that sound like the wrath of God, and predators whose eyes glow with a primal hunger in the firelight. But I have never faced anything like Sister Anan. She found me not in the bustling markets of Tehran or the exclusive clubs where my usual clientele make their arrangements, but in the small, dusty village of Paranshar, the last bastion of civilization before the mountains swallow the world. I was cleaning my rifle in the fading light of dusk, the scent of gun oil and strong tea hanging in the air, when a black, unmarked Land Rover, a vehicle far too clean for these roads, rolled to a stop before my modest home. The driver, a man with a face as hard and unforgiving as the mountains themselves, opened the rear door. Out stepped a woman who was a study in contradictions. She introduced herself as Sister Anan. She was young, perhaps not even 30, with a face that held the delicate lines of a porcelain doll. But her eyes were ancient, filled with a wariness that did not belong in this century. They were the color of a winter sky, and they missed nothing. She wore not the practical jeer of a mountaineer, but a simple, dark woolen habit that seemed better suited for a convent in a distant, temperate land. She carried no purse, no pack, only an air of absolute, unshakable purpose. "You are Farid, the guide," she said. It was not a question. Her voice was low and melodic, yet it carried an authority that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "I am," I replied, setting my rifle aside. "And you are a long way from home, sister." "Home is where the work is," she said, her gaze sweeping over my gear, my maps, the weathered lines of my face. "I have a task that requires your unique skills. I need a guide to take me deep into the mountains, to a place you may know by its local name, Kalet, Lamashtu." The name hit me like a physical blow. The fortress of the Demon Mother. It wasn't a place on any modern map. It was a whisper, a legend told by old men to frighten children, a place of bad air and worse spirits. The stories claimed it was a peak so cursed that the snow on its slopes was black, and the wind that howled from its crevices carried the screams of infants. No one went there. Not the most desperate shepherd, not the most foolhardy hunter. I laughed, a dry, humorless sound. Sister, with all due respect, that is a fairy tale. A place to avoid. There is no game there, nothing to hunt. The hunt is not for animals, she said, her ancient eyes locking onto mine. The payment will be substantial. She named a figure that made my breath catch in my throat. It was more than I made in 5 years. Enough to retire, to leave this hard life behind, and live in comfort by the sea. Against my better judgment, I found myself listening. What kind of expedition requires such a destination and such a price? A maintenance mission, she said simply. My order has a responsibility in that place. A very old one. Your job is only to get me to the entrance. You will be in no danger from the work itself. I need your strength, your endurance, and your knowledge of the land. Nothing more. I should have refused. Every instinct, honed by decades of survival, screamed at me to send her away. But the money was a powerful lure, and my pride was pricked. I was ferried. I did not believe in demon mothers or cursed mountains. I believed in rock ice and the limits of human endurance. Show me your equipment, I said, my voice gruff. I will not guide a client who is not properly prepared. She nodded to her driver. The man opened the rear of the vehicle, and my skepticism began to curdle into a cold, creeping dread. Her equipment was not for mountaineering. It was for a war. There were no ice axes, no crampons, no high-altitude tents. Instead, the driver laid out a series of heavy, canvas-wrapped bundles. The first contained thick, heavy chains of a metal that shone with a soft, silvery luminescence I did not recognize. They were cold to the touch, unnaturally so, and etched with symbols that made my eyes water if I stared too long. The next held a dozen sealed vials of crystal, clear liquid. Water, she explained, from 7 sacred rivers. The Tigris, the Euphrates, the Nile, the Ganges. She listed them as if they were items on a grocery list. The final item, the one she handled with the most reverence, was a book. It was immense, bound not in leather, but in what looked like hammered bronze, green with age. The cover was devoid of title or marking, save for a single, complex sigil in the center that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of my vision. This is madness, I whispered, stepping back. What is all this for? To reinforce a seal, she said, her voice unwavering. To keep a prisoner locked in her cell. It was then, as we stood in the gathering dark, that she told me the story. Her order, she explained, was not of Christ or Allah. It was older, founded in the mists of history by the priests of Babylon. For 3,000 years, their sole, sacred purpose was to act as the jailers of Lamashtu. The name, she said, was not a myth. Lamashtu was real. A Mesopotamian demon goddess. The mother of plagues, the drinker of blood, the devourer of newborns. She was a physical being of immense and terrible power, a creature of pure malice who had been defeated in a forgotten war by the ancients. They could not kill her, so they had imprisoned her, trapping her deep within the mountain in a tomb, designed by the cleverest minds of the age, bound by both physical and mystical means. But the seals were not eternal. They weakened over time, like the mortar in a wall. Every few generations, a member of her order had to make the journey to reinforce the mystical wards that held the goddess in her slumbering rage. This was not a hunt. It was a repair job on the most ancient and dangerous prison in the world. I listened, my mind reeling. The guide in me screamed that this was the fantasy of a religious fanatic. But the man who had spent his life in the mountains, who had seen things he could not explain, was not so sure. The weight of the silver chains, the cold aura of the book, they felt real. The sum of money she offered was real, and the conviction in her ancient eyes was the most real thing of all. My job, I clarified, my voice hoarse, is to get you to the tomb entrance. That is all. That is all, she confirmed. The path is treacherous, and the mountain itself will resist us. It is her prison, and its influence is protective. You will guide me through the natural dangers. I will handle the unnatural ones. The deal was struck. The next morning, under a sky the color of slate, we began our ascent. The first few days were a trial of rock and wind, a familiar hardship. But as we climbed higher, a subtle wrongness began to infect the landscape. The air grew thin, but it also grew heavy, pressing down with a palpable sense of sorrow and malice. The hardy mountain goats were absent. The eagles that usually circled the peaks were nowhere to be seen. The silence was absolute, broken only by our own labored breathing and the mournful cry of the wind, which began to sound less like moving air and more like a woman weeping in despair. Sister Annan was tireless, moving with a grace that defied her heavy habit and the weight of the gear she insisted on carrying herself. As we walked, she spoke more of her order, of the long line of men and women who had stood this watch for 100 generations. They were soldiers in a war humanity had forgotten it was fighting. On the 5th day, we reached the high pass that led to the final approach. Below us lay a valley I had never seen, a bowl of jagged black rock where no snow or ice could cling, despite the altitude. In the center of the valley stood the peak the legends called Kalat Lamashtu. It was a fang of obsidian-colored stone, clawing at the bruised sky. And at its base, shrouded in shadow even under the midday sun, was a dark opening. A cave. The entrance. My part of the bargain was nearly done. But as I looked down at that place, I felt a fear colder than any mountain blizzard. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that we were not alone. We were being watched by something ancient, powerful, and utterly, eternally hateful. The descent into the valley was like stepping into another world, one where the sun was a stranger and the air was thick with ancient grief. The sense of being watched intensified with every downward step, 1,000 unseen eyes pressing in from the shadows that clung to the black, jagged rocks. The wind, which had been a mournful weep on the pass, now sounded like a woman's furious, guttural sobs, a sound that bypassed the ears and settled deep in the gut. My rifle, a comforting weight, in my hands for my entire adult life, suddenly felt like a child's toy, useless against the oppressive, suffocating presence of the place. I found myself glancing at Sister Annan, whose face was a mask of serene concentration. She seemed not to notice the crushing dread, or if she did, she gave it no power over her. She was a ship sailing through a storm, her course fixed, her will the rudder. We reached the valley floor, a flat expanse of cracked, dark stone that looked like a dried-up lapid. In the center, the obsidian fang of the mountain rose towards the sky, and at its base was the cave. It was larger than it had appeared from above, a gaping maw in the rock face, exhaling a palpable cold. The ground leading to it was littered with the bones of animals. Goats, wolves, even a massive bear, all picked clean, as if they had wandered into this cursed place and simply laid down to die. There were no marks of predators on the bones. They had been defeated by the sheer wrongness of the valley itself. My part of the bargain is done, I said, my voice rough, trying to keep it from shaking. There is the entrance you paid me to find. Sister Anan stopped and turned to me. Her ancient eyes seemed to soften for a moment. Your part is not done, Farid. I did not lie to you. Your only duty was to guide me here, but I cannot force you to leave. The influence of this place, it clings. To leave now, alone, would be unwise. The mountain may not let you go. She gestured towards the cave. The safest place for you now is with me. A choice between two impossibilities. Flee back through that hateful, weeping landscape alone, or walk into the very source of the dread that was threatening to unman me. I looked at the path we had taken, then at the dark maw of the cave. The weeping of the wind seemed to mock me, cursing my greed, my pride, and the strange nun who had led me to the edge of the world. I nodded grimly. I will stay. A flicker of what might have been relief crossed her face. Your courage will be remembered. The entrance to the tomb was not a simple cave. It was sealed by a massive, circular stone door, at least 10 feet in diameter, perfectly fitted into the opening. Its surface was covered in row after row of wedge-shaped cuneiform script, the warnings of the ancients. Though I could not read the language, the intent was clear. The carvings depicted figures recoiling in horror, clutching their heads, fleeing from a central point. It was a universal language of terror. Stay behind me, Sister Anan commanded. She placed her hand on the cold stone, the bronze-bound book now tucked under her other arm. She closed her eyes and began to chant. It was not the melodic Latin of a church service. It was a harsh, guttural language full of clicks and hard consonants that sounded like stones grinding together. It was the language of Babylon, the tongue of the jailers. For a long moment, nothing happened. The wind howled, and the cold from the stone seeped into my bones. Then, a low grinding sound began, a vibration that I felt more in my teeth than heard with my ears. The cuneiform script on the door began to glow with a faint, sickly green light. The massive stone disc shuddered, and with a groan that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mountain, it began to recede into the rock. The air that rushed out to meet us was a physical assault. It was hot, foul, and thick with the metallic scent of old blood and something else, something acrid and reptilian. And carried on that foul wind was the sound, the weeping. It was no longer the diffused sound of the wind. It was sharp, clear, and undeniably the sound of a woman. A woman in the depths of an unimaginable, eternal rage. The seal is breached, Sister Anan said, her voice tight. She produced a small, oil-burning lamp from her pack, its flame flickering as if in a gale, though the air was now still. Do not touch the walls. Do not listen to any voice but mine. And no matter what you see or hear, do not let go of your faith. I have no faith. I grumbled, my hand tightening on my rifle. Then have faith in mine, she said, and stepped across the threshold into the darkness. I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Inside, a long, wide tunnel sloped steeply down into the earth. The air was suffocatingly close. The walls were not natural rock, but were lined with smooth, black basalt, slick with a foul, smelling condensation, and they were covered, every square inch, with reliefs. The carvings were masterpieces of horror, depicting the life and crimes of the demon we had come to see. Here, she was shown with the head of a lioness, a mane of writhing snakes, the talons of an eagle, and the emaciated, sagging breasts of an old woman. In one panel, she was wading through a river, turning it black and poisonous as she passed. In another, she stood over a cradle, her long, sharp claws reaching for the infant within. A third, more terrible than the rest, showed her surrounded by a horde of smaller, monstrous creatures, her children, as she feasted on the entrails of a young man. In every image, her 3 eyes blazed with a palpable, insane malevolence. It was a biography written by her victims, a testament to an evil so profound. It had been remembered for 3,000 years. As we descended deeper, the weeping sound grew louder, accompanied by a faint rhythmic scraping. Scrape. 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 The sound of claws on stone. The psychic pressure intensified. It was no longer a vague sense of dread, but a targeted assault. Whispers slithered at the edge of my hearing, speaking my name in the voices of my dead parents. I saw fleeting images in the corner of my eye. A rock fall just behind us, the tunnel collapsing ahead. I smelled the scent of my wife's perfume, felt a phantom touch on my shoulder. It was a campaign of terror designed to break the mind, to make you turn and flee back into the darkness. I gritted my teeth, focusing on the small, steady flame of Sister Annan's lamp, the rhythmic tap of her staff on the stone floor. She was my anchor in this sea of madness. She seemed immune to the whispers, her face set, her lips moving in a silent, constant prayer. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a vast, cavernous chamber. The air here was even hotter, and the scraping sound was deafeningly loud. The chamber was immense, circular, its ceiling lost in the oppressive darkness above. The floor was a smooth, polished disc of the same black stone, and it was covered in a network of deep grooves, like a record of some terrible, endless dance. And in the center of it all, I saw her. Lamashtu. She was real. She was exactly as the reliefs had depicted, a hellish, hairy, hybrid creature of nightmare. She was bound in the center of the chamber by massive, glowing chains of that strange, silvery metal, each one as thick as my body. They were anchored to the floor and ceiling, pulling her taut, a prisoner on display. Her 3 eyes, each the size of a fist, burned with a malevolent, internal fire. She was straining against her bonds, her eagle talons scraping those deep grooves in the stone floor. She was the source of the weeping, the rage, the scraping. She was the heart of the poison that filled this mountain. She stopped struggling the moment she saw us. The scraping ceased, the weeping cut off. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. Her massive lioness head lifted, and her 3 burning eyes fixed on us. She smiled, a terrible sight that stretched her feline face into a rictus of pure, undiluted hatred. She didn't speak with a voice that echoed in the chamber, but with thoughts that slithered directly into my mind, oily and intimate. Welcome, little morsels. Welcome to my home. The voice of the demon was not sound, it was a violation. It bypassed my ears and coiled in the deepest parts of my mind. A serpent of thought whispering pure poison. My name, Farid, was the first word she spoke, and in it, I felt every failure, every regret, every secret shame I had ever carried. Her 3 burning eyes never left mine. She had identified the weak link. The little soldier of a dead god is nothing, the voice hissed, slick and persuasive. She is a fly, buzzing its last prayer. But you are a man of substance, a man of desires. I can give you those desires, guide. The payment she offered you is dust. I can give you mountains of gold, enough to make kings bow to you. Visions flooded my mind, overwhelming my senses. I saw myself in a palace of marble and silk, my enemies groveling at my feet. I saw my family, not in our modest village home, but in a sprawling estate by the sea, their faces free from worry, their laughter echoing in sunlit gardens. I saw the rival guide who had stolen a wealthy client from me years ago, now destitute, begging me for scraps. The images were intoxicatingly real, tailored to the most selfish, hidden corners of my heart. My grip on the rifle slackened. The heat, the stench, the oppressive fear, it all began to fade, replaced by the seductive warmth of her promises. Why not? What did I owe this strange woman and her forgotten god? I was a simple man. I had lived a hard life. I deserved this. Just one step. Lamashtu purred in my head, her smile widening. One step is all it takes. Break her. Break the ritual before it begins. Her life is a small price for everything you have ever wanted. I saw Sister Anan out of the corner of my eye. She had ignored the demon's greeting entirely. With a calmness that was itself a form of defiance, she had knelt and opened the bronze, bound book. She laid the silvery, glowing chains on the stone floor, arranging them in a complex pattern around her. Then she began the ritual. Her voice, which had been a low chant at the door, now rang with a startling power that cut through the chamber's oppressive heat. She chanted in the ancient Akkadian tongue, the words themselves seeming to have weight and substance. As she spoke, the cuneiform symbols in the open book began to glow, first with the sickly green of the door, then shifting to a brilliant, pure white. The silver chains on the floor pulsed with the same light, brightening in time with the cadence of her words. Lamashtu's psychic assault intensified, her promises turning to threats. The beautiful visions shattered, replaced by images of pure terror. She focused on me, the wavering mortal, hammering at the cracks in my resolve. You think she is your ally? The voice screamed in my mind, no longer seductive, but filled with rage.
Fool! She will leave you here to rot.
I saw a vision of Sister Anan completing her ritual and walking away, leaving me trapped in the darkness. As the stone door ground shut forever, I saw the tunnel collapsing, my body crushed under tons of black rock. The psychic assault was relentless. She showed me my village, not prosperous, but ravaged by a familiar, dark plague. I saw my wife and children, their bodies covered in black sores, their eyes pleading with me, blaming me. The stench of disease filled my nostrils so real I gagged. My nerve broke. This was too much. The rifle felt heavy in my hands again, but for a different reason. I could end this. I could stop the visions, stop the voice. I raised the barrel, my sights finding the small, kneeling form of Sister Anan. She was the cause of this torment. The demon was right, but as I looked at her, truly looked at her, the visions faltered. Her face was pale with exertion, sweat beading on her brow. But her expression, it was not one of fear or of combat. It was a look of pure, unwavering, and absolute faith. Her ancient eyes were closed, and on her face was a look of profound sacrifice, as if she were pouring her own life force, her very soul, into the words she spoke. She was not just a soldier. She was a willing sacrifice, a dam holding back an ocean of evil. And she was doing it for a world that did not even know she existed. She was doing it for me. Something inside me shifted. The fear remained, but it was joined by a surge of something else, a defiant, stubborn anger. My life had been one of struggle against the harshness of the world. This was just another storm, another blizzard, another predator. I would not be broken. I lowered the rifle and took a step, not towards Sister Anan, but in front of her, planting my feet wide. I raised the gun again, but this time it was pointed at the towering, monstrous form of the demon. It was a useless gesture, a man shaking his fist at a hurricane, but it was my gesture.
He is mine!
I snarled aloud, my own voice a shocking intrusion in the psychic battle. Lamashtu's mental voice shrieked in fury. The psychic pressure became a physical force, slamming into me like a wall. I staggered, my vision blurring, blood trickling from my nose. But I held my ground. I had chosen my side. At that moment, the ritual climaxed. Sister Annan's voice rose in a final, triumphant crescendo. A flash of brilliant, silent, white light erupted from the bronze book, engulfing the entire chamber. It was not a hot light, but a pure, cleansing one that seared away the psychic filth. The glowing chains on the floor vanished, and the massive silver bonds holding Lamashtu blazed with the intensity of a dying star. The demon screamed. It was not a thought, not a psychic cry, but a true, physical sound that tore through the chamber, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony and fury. New, smoking brands appeared on her harried flesh, where the renewed chains bit deep into her. The weeping sound returned, but it was different now, no longer filled with rage, but with the pathetic, impotent sobs of a defeated prisoner. The light faded, leaving us in the dim glow of the oil lamp. The chamber felt different. The air was still hot and foul, but the crushing psychic presence was gone, beaten back, locked away. Without a word, Sister Annan closed the book. She stood, her legs unsteady, and looked at me. Her ancient eyes held a new, quiet respect. "You held the line, guide," she said, her voice hoarse. We walked back through the long tunnel in silence. The grotesque reliefs on the walls seemed less threatening now, just pictures on a wall. The stone door was open, waiting. We stepped out into the valley, and as we crossed the threshold, the massive door ground shut. Behind us, with a sound of absolute finality, the seal was complete. It would hold for another generation. The descent from the mountain was eerily peaceful. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the natural sounds of the high places. The wind, the call of a distant bird. The air was clean and cold. Back in my village, as the unmarked Land Rover idled, Sister Annan handed me a heavy leather satchel. It was the payment, as promised. "You have done a great service to humanity, Farid," she said. "One they will never know of. A service." I feel no pride as I watch the black vehicle disappear down the dusty road. I only feel the lingering, phantom touch of her voice in my mind, and the cold certainty of the knowledge I now carry. I know that evil is not an idea, not a story to frighten children. It is a being, a physical entity of immense power, chained in the dark places of the world. And it is patient. It has nothing but time. My name is Haruto Abi. I am writing this from a small, bare room in the Shoganji Monastery, a place of profound quiet, nestled far from the world I once knew. I have not come to these hallowed grounds, seeking enlightenment or to chant sutras, in search of a higher plane of existence. I have come seeking an absence. I have come to find silence, the pure and total silence I once knew before I lost it on the slopes of Mount Osor. For 15 years, I was a mountain guide. Not for the casual tourists who flock to see the autumn colors, but for the serious climbers, the pilgrims, and the odd historian drawn to the deep, often forbidding, mountains of Honshu. I knew the trails as well as the lines on my own hands, the moods of the weather, the places where the veil between one world and the next feels perilously thin. My reputation was built on a foundation of quiet competence and an unshakable nerve. It was this reputation, I believe, that brought him to me. He arrived not at my small office in the town, below the mountain, but at my home, unannounced, as the evening mist was rolling in from the forests. He called himself Cato, though I doubt that was his true name. He introduced himself as a Shinto priest, but he wore the title like an ill-fitting coat. His robes were immaculate. The crisp white of his hakui and the pale blue of his hakama were perfectly pressed, yet they could not conceal the man beneath. He was built not like a man of prayer, but like a man of war. His shoulders were broad, his posture ramrod straight, and his hands, though clean, were scarred and calloused. He looked at me not with the serene gaze of a priest, but with the assessing, calculating eyes of a soldier sizing up a new recruit. There was an intensity in his stare that seemed to peel back the layers of my own composure, searching for something solid within. "Abe-san," he said, his voice a low baritone that carried no hint of clerical softness. "I am told you are the best, that you do not lose your way, and you do not lose your nerve." I invited him in, more out of a sense of caution than hospitality. We sat in silence for a moment as I prepared tea, the ritual of familiar comfort against the unnerving presence of my guest. He did not look around my small home, filled with maps and climbing gear, but kept his gaze fixed on me. "My request is unusual," he began, accepting the cup of tea with a curt nod. "I do not wish to hike the popular trails or see the Caldera Lake from the viewing platform. I have a pilgrimage of a sort to one of the oldest, deepest shrines on Osor, a place few have seen." I knew the one he meant. It wasn't on any map I would give to a client. A small, forgotten structure of dark, weathered wood, nestled in a grove of ancient cedars near the sulfurous vents that gave the mountain its name. Mount Fear. It was a place the locals avoided, a place where the air itself felt heavy with unspoken history. "That is a difficult journey," I said carefully. "The path is not maintained. It is dangerous. The danger is not my concern," he replied, his eyes unwavering. "My concern is the successful transport of a specific item to that shrine. That is where I require your services. I need more than a guide. Abe-san, I need a bearer." From a long cloth, wrapped bundle he had leaned against the wall, he produced the object of his pilgrimage. He placed it on the low table between us with a reverence that bordered on fear. It was an Arisaka Type 99 rifle from the Second World War. Even wrapped in layers of white linen covered in intricate, hand-painted seals of purification, its shape was unmistakable. It was not a museum piece. The stock was dark and scarred, the metal pitted with age, yet it seemed to radiate a palpable aura, a vibration of wrongness that made the tea in my cup tremble. "The rifle is sick," Cato said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "It is afflicted with a spiritual malady. It is possessed by an ennui, a powerful, vengeful spirit." He proceeded to tell me the story, his words painting a grim picture against the growing darkness outside my window. The spirit was that of a sergeant named Kenji Tanaka, a soldier in the Imperial Army during the final, desperate days of the war. Tanaka, in a fit of paranoia and rage fueled by defeat, had been responsible for a horrific atrocity: the execution of an entire village of civilians he had mistaken for enemy collaborators. Before his superiors could hold him accountable, before the approaching enemy forces could capture him, He had retreated into the jungle. There, consumed by a shame so profound and a rage so absolute that it defied death itself, he used the rifle to take his own life. His hatred did not die with him, Cato explained, his knuckles white as he rested his hands on his knees. Heat was too strong, too potent. It could not pass on. It clung to the last thing it knew, the instrument of his crimes and his own dishonorable end. The rifle became its anchor, its vessel. It is not a haunting of a place, Abe San, but a haunting of an object. His unending fury is now welded to the very grain of its wood, the very atoms of its steel. He told me of the rifle's journey since, how it was found by a scavenger and sold, passing from hand to hand, leaving a trail of inexplicable violence and madness in its wake. A collector who bought it beat his wife to death. A historian who acquired it for study burned down his own home with his family inside. The rifle did not just influence, it commanded. It whispered to those who held it, feeding on their darkest impulses, magnifying their petty frustrations into homicidal rage, until it could compel them to act. My order has been tasked with its containment and purification. Cato continued. Wim must take it to the shrine on Osor. The mountain is a gateway, a place where the boundaries are thin. The shrine itself is built on a confluence of spiritual energy. It is the only place with enough power to sever the spirit from the rifle and allow the tormented soul of Sergeant Tanaka to be cleansed. I stared at the wrapped rifle, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Why me? I asked, my voice hoarse. Why can't you carry it? You are the priest, the exorcist. A flicker of something, perhaps frustration or even fear, crossed his stoic face. That is the nature of this curse. The Unri is a creature of pure, violent emotion. It preys on those who are spiritually aware. My senses, my training, they would make me a target. The spirit would overwhelm me in an hour. It would turn me into a monster, using my own knowledge against me. I would be a far greater threat than any layman. He leaned forward, his gaze locking onto mine. I need a man of exceptionally strong will, but one who is spiritually mundane. A rock. A man whose mind is his own fortress. You will be its bearer. Your job is to carry it, and only carry it. You must fight what it whispers to you. My role is to walk beside you, to maintain a shield of rights and chance, to protect you and fight the spirit on a plane you cannot see. I will be the shield, but you, Abe San, must be the vessel. I cannot touch it. You must. The room was cold. The air was thick and still. I thought of the money he offered. Enough to live for 5 years without working. But it wasn't just the money. It was the challenge, the sheer audacity of it. And perhaps a foolish, prideful part of me believed him. I had always been the rock, the man who did not break. After a long silence, I gave a single sharp nod. The moment my fingers touched the linen wrapping, a jolt, like a static shock but colder and deeper, shot up my arm. Cato began a low, rhythmic chant as I carefully unwrapped the rifle. The cloth fell away to reveal the weapon. It looked like any other relic of its time, worn, used, but unremarkable. Then I lifted it. It felt impossibly heavy, a dead weight that seemed to pull not just on my muscles, but on my soul. And then I heard it. It was not a sound that came through my ears, but a thought that bloomed in the quietest corner of my mind. A voice that was not my own. It was a faint whisper, coiled and bitter, filled with a language of pure, undiluted hatred. A coldness that had nothing to do with the mountain. Air spread from the rifle, through my hands, and into my chest, where it settled like a shard of ice. The journey had not yet begun, but I knew, with a certainty that terrified me, that I was already in hell. We set out before the first hint of dawn, under a sky the color of a deep bruise. The air was cold and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Under normal circumstances, it was a scent I found invigorating, a prelude to the familiar rhythms of the mountain. But with the Arisaka rifle slung over my shoulder, the world felt different, muted. The coldness was no longer just in the air. It was a permanent fixture inside my chest, a knot of spiritual ice that the rising sun would not be able to touch. Kato walked a few paces ahead of me, his white robes a ghostly presence in the pre-dawn gloom. He had traded his formal sandals for sturdy hiking boots, the only concession to the terrain. In one hand, he carried an unusa, the wooden wand with its paper streamers, which he swung in slow, deliberate arcs. A low, monotonous chant issued from his lips, a constant hum that seemed to push back against the oppressive silence of the forest. This was the shield he had spoken of, a fragile bubble of sanctity in a world that was rapidly becoming profane. The initial whispers from the rifle were insidious, a venomous background hiss in my thoughts. They were formless, just waves of bitterness and resentment. Weak, useless, failure. The words were not directed at anyone in particular, simply a broadcast of pure self-loathing. I focused on the trail, on the placement of my feet, on the rhythm of my breathing. I had spent my life building a fortress of discipline in my mind, and I retreated into its deepest keep. I was the rock, the vessel, nothing more. But the spirit was patient. As we climbed higher, leaving the well-trodden paths for the overgrown tracks of pilgrims long dead, its attacks became more sophisticated. It began to probe my memories, searching for weaknesses. It found a small one, a client I had lost my temper with years ago, a foolish man who had ignored my warnings and nearly caused a rock slide. The rifle seized on that flicker of remembered anger. It replayed the scene in my mind, but this time it amplified my frustration, twisting it into a white, hot rage. He deserved it, the voice of Sergeant Tanaka whispered, its tone now conversational, conspiratorial. He showed you disrespect. An inferior. Such people must be taught their place. They must be disciplined. I stumbled, catching myself on the trunk of a cedar tree. The bark felt like sandpaper against my palm. Kato paused, his chanting never ceasing, and looked back at me. His eyes were not sympathetic. They were the eyes of a commander checking his soldiers' resolve. I straightened up, tightened my grip on the rifle's sling, and nodded for him to continue. I would not give the spirit a foothold. The forest itself seemed to conspire with my tormentor. The play of light and shadow among the ancient trees began to take on sinister forms. A gnarled root became a grasping, skeletal hand. The pattern of moss on a rock resolved into a screaming face, its features contorted in agony. I knew they were illusions, tricks of a mind under siege, but their persistence was unnerving. The clean scent of the mountain was tainted with phantom smells. The coppery tang of old blood, the acrid smoke of gunpowder, the sour stench of fear. These were Tanaka's memories bleeding into my reality. The whispers grew louder, more defined. They were no longer just a hiss of hatred, but the cacophony of a battlefield. I could hear the sharp crack of the Arisaka firing, the wet thud of bullets hitting flesh, the screams of dying men. And beneath it all, Tanaka's voice, narrating his own damnation. He spoke of the village, of the terror in the eyes of the women and children, He did not speak with remorse, but with a chilling, defensive fury. They were the enemy. They were all the enemy. Spies and traitors. They would have killed me. It was them or me. He is testing the perimeter, Cato said, his voice cutting through the phantom noise. We had stopped to rest by a small, gurgling stream. He was sprinkling blessed salt into the water. He knows you are strong, so he seeks to erode your foundation. Do not engage with the memories. Observe them as you would a passing cloud. They are his, not yours. They feel like mine. I admitted, my voice raspy. I hadn't realized how tightly my jaw was clenched. The rifle lay on the ground between us, and even from a distance, it felt like it was watching me, judging me. He cannot help you, Tanaka whispered in my mind. The priest is weak. He hides behind his chants and his paper dolls. He is afraid. Look at him. He is a coward. A real man takes action. A real man holds the power in his own hands. The rifle's stock felt slick in my grip, as if coated in sweat or blood. I felt a sudden, violent urge to lift it, to feel its weight settle into my shoulder, to sight down its barrel at the back of Kaido's head. The impulse was so strong, so visceral, that it took all my willpower to fight it. My hands trembled, my muscles locking in a war against themselves. I drove my knuckles into the hard, damp earth, focusing on the real. Physical pain until the murderous urge subsided, leaving me breathless and shaking. Cato finished his ritual and turned to me. The barrier is holding, he said, though he looked tired, the skin around his eyes drawn and tight. But his rage is like a storm against it. We must keep moving. As the day wore on, the ascent grew steeper, and my battle became more desperate. The spirit of Tanaka abandoned all subtlety. It began a direct, brutal assault on my sanity. It showed me visions not of his past, but of my own, twisted into nightmare fuel. I saw my childhood home in flames. I saw my parents long dead, their faces accusing me of some unknown failure. It was a desperate, chaotic attempt to break my composure, to find any emotional trigger it could exploit. The screams of Tanaka's victims became a constant companion, a soundtrack to my every step. They were men, women, and children. Their voices pleaded in a language I did not understand, but their terror was universal. The rifle in my hands was no longer just a piece of wood and metal. It was a conduit to their final, agonizing moments. I could feel their pain, their fear, their shock of betrayal. Tanaka was forcing me to bear witness to his sins, to share in the weight of his guilt, not to foster remorse, but to drown me in the sheer horror of it. He wanted me to break under the load he could no longer carry alone. We reached a ridge as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood red. Below us, the volcanic plains of Osor stretched out, a desolate landscape of gray rock and steaming, sulfurous vents. The air smelled of rotten eggs, the breath of the underworld. This was the entrance to the afterlife, the place where the dead were said to wander. And I felt like I was already one of them. My mind was a raw, open wound, and the spirit in the rifle was pouring salt into it with every step. We are close now, Cato said, his voice grim. The shrine is just beyond that field of stones. But this is where the veil is thinnest. His power will be at its peak here. Prepare yourself. Abe-san. The final battle is about to begin. As I looked down at the desolate plain, a new voice joined the chorus in my head. It was not a victim. It was not Tanaka. It was my own voice, filled with a profound and terrifying despair. Just pull the trigger, it whispered. End the noise. and the pain. One moment of pressure, and then silence. The rifle felt warm against my back, almost comforting. It was no longer just a weapon of murder. It was a promise of release. Crossing the volcanic plain was a descent into the heart of the mountains' despair. The ground was a jagged crust of gray and black rock, sharp underfoot, and plumes of sulfurous steam hissed from fissures in the earth, shrouding the landscape in a poisonous, yellow-tinged fog. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a smell that seemed to emanate not just from the vents, but from the very soil itself, a land saturated with sorrow. My own despair, fed by the rifle's insidious whispers, resonated perfectly with this place. I was a ghost walking through a land of ghosts. With every step, the rifle's weight grew, no longer a physical burden but a spiritual one. It felt as if the souls of all its victims were clinging to me, dragging me down. The cacophony in my head was now a raging tempest. The screams of the dead, the roar of battle, Tanaka's venomous justifications, and my own voice seductively calling for an end to it all, merged into a single, deafening wave of psychic noise. I could no longer distinguish between the spirit's thoughts and my own. We were becoming one. My hands were locked onto the rifle, my knuckles white and bloodless. It was no longer an object I was carrying. It was an extension of my own body. Kaido's chanting grew louder, more forceful. He walked beside me now, no longer leading the way, his hand occasionally gripping my shoulder to keep me steady. His face was pale and slick with sweat, his eyes darting into the mist as if watching unseen enemies gather. He was no longer just maintaining a shield. He was actively fighting, his Unusa cutting through the air, striking at shadows only he could see. I realized then the true extent of his burden. He was engaged in a full-scale war on a spiritual plane, while I was merely the battlefield. Through the shifting fog, the shrine appeared. It was a small, humble structure, made of wood so dark with age and weather it seemed to have been carved from the mountain's bones. It leaned precariously, as if bowed by the weight of the centuries. In front of it stood a small stone altar, and beyond it, the gray, lifeless waters of the caldera lake, Bodai-ko. There was no beauty here, only an immense, crushing sense of age and sorrow. As we approached, the rifle's assault reached its zenith. It gave up on whispers and visions and unleashed a raw, emotional torrent. I was flooded with the full, undiluted force of Sergeant Tanaka's final moments, the searing shame of his crimes, the terror of capture, and the volcanic, all-consuming rage at a world that had betrayed him. It was a payload of pure agony, designed to shatter my sanity completely. I fell to my knees, the rocks biting into my flesh. The rifle was in my hands, and I was raising it, the stock settling against my shoulder with a horrifying familiarity. My thumb moved toward the trigger. The silence was so close. Haruta. Kato's voice was a thunderclap that broke the spell. He used my given name for the first time, a sharp, commanding cry that pierced the mental chaos. He stood before me, his body a shield between me and the shrine. Give it to me. Place it on the altar. Fight him. Kill him, Tanaka screamed in my mind.
He is the enemy! He stands in your way! End him!
My body was not my own. With a guttural roar that was half my own, half the spirit's, I lunged, not at Kaido, but towards the altar. It was the last act of defiance my will could muster. I slammed the Arisaka down onto the cold stone. The impact echoed across the desolate landscape like a gunshot. The moment it left my hands, a violent tremor shook the ground. A A wave of force, cold and malevolent, erupted from the rifle, throwing me backward. Cato stood his ground, his robes whipping around him as if in a gale. He began the final ritual, his voice ringing out with a newfound power, no longer a monotonous chant, but a series of sharp, commanding pronouncements. He was not pleading with the spirit, he was issuing it an eviction. He called out the soldier's name.
Kenji Tanaka!
Your war is over. Your hatred has no home here. Your shame is a prison of your own making. The air grew impossibly cold. The steam from the vents swirled and coalesced, forming a dark, vaguely human shape above the rifle. A figure of shadow and smoke. Its form contorted in a silent scream of rage. The rifle on the altar rattled and shook, possessed by a furious, dying energy. Cato did not flinch. He approached the altar, holding up a small, blessed wooden tablet and a fuda, covered in powerful calligraphy. He spoke not with anger, but with a sudden, profound pity that cut through the hatred. Your victims have passed on. Your comrades are gone. You are alone in your anger. Let it go. Find peace. Move on. He placed the tablet directly onto the rifle's steel receiver. For one eternal second, the world exploded in a final, desperate assault on my sanity. The rage intensified 1,000-fold, a supernova of hatred directed entirely at me, the vessel that had betrayed it. I felt a pressure in my skull so immense I was sure it would burst. Then, with a sound that was not a sound, a deep shuddering sigh that seemed to come from the earth, the air, and the rifle all at once. It was gone. The coldness vanished. The whisper stopped. The screams of the dead faded into nothing. The shadowy figure dissipated like smoke in the wind. The unnatural weight that had crushed my spirit lifted. There was only silence. It was not an absence of sound. I could hear the wind whistling over the rocks. The hiss of the steam vents, the pounding of my own heart. But the other noise, the relentless, grinding static of the Unri's rage was gone. The silence was so pure, so absolute, so profound. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. I lay on the sharp rocks, tears streaming down my face, and I wept not from sorrow, but from relief. The rifle was just a rifle, a piece of old, worn metal, scarred by history, but holding no power. Cato stood over it, his shoulders slumped, his face etched with an exhaustion so deep it seemed to have aged him 10 years in a single day. The war was over. I left the rifle at that forgotten shrine. I left my nerve, my confidence, and my old life on that mountain. The journey down was a blur. I could not be a guide anymore. I could not be around the noise of the world. In the weeks that followed, I found that the ordinary frustrations of other people, a driver's impatience in traffic, a harsh word in a crowded market, a neighbor's petty argument, felt like echoes, like tiny, sharp reminders of the spirit in the rifle. The rage I had carried had sensitized me, leaving my soul raw and exposed to the everyday anger of the world. And so I came here, to this monastery. I have not told the monks my story. I have only told them I am seeking quiet. They do not know that I am not running from the world, but from the memory of a noise that almost consumed me. I have come here seeking the perfect, empty silence I found in that one blessed moment when the ghost finally left the machine. My name is Marco Rossi. For 15 years, my world has been the one beneath the surface. I guide cavers, geologists, and the occasional thrill seeker into the silent, secret places of the earth. I am a cartographer of the dark, fluent in the language of stone and pressure. I understand the profound, almost religious silence of a chamber a kilometer underground. A silence so total it feels like a physical weight. I've felt the claustrophobic embrace of a tight squeeze, with tons of rock pressing in from every direction, and the unnerving agoraphobia of a cavern so vast my headlamp beam is simply swallowed by the void. I thought I knew every shade of fear the darkness had to offer, from the rational fear of a equipment malfunction to the primal terror of absolute disorientation. I was wrong. My education in fear was incomplete until I accepted a job from a man who introduced himself as Silas. He showed me a darkness that has nothing to do with the absence of light. The initial contact was an email, clinical and professional. It came from a university address, which immediately lent it an air of legitimacy. The sender, a Dr. Silas Thorne, described himself as a geologist specializing in subterranean structural formations and what he termed acoustic resonance. He wanted to study a specific cave system in the Apennine Mountains, a place the old folks in the nearby villages still call Labaka. The mouth. It's a fitting name. From a distance, the entrance is a jagged, dark gash in the mountainside, looking for all the world like a scream frozen in stone. The pay he offered was exceptionally generous, nearly double my usual rate for a multi-day expedition. That alone should have been a red flag, but winter had been slow, and the bills were piling up. I told myself it was just academic funding. They always had deeper pockets. I replied, confirming my availability and my fee. His response was immediate. He wasn't interested in negotiating. He just wanted to set a date. We met a week later in a small cafe, in the last village before the mountain trails began. He looked exactly the part of a tenured academic. He was a slight man, perhaps in his late 50s, with thinning gray hair and spectacles perched on a narrow nose. He wore a tweed jacket that had seen better days, its elbows patched with worn leather. He smelled faintly of old paper, pipe tobacco, and something else, something sharp and metallic that I couldn't quite place. His pack, which sat by his chair, looked heavy and was made of old-fashioned canvas and leather, a stark contrast to my own modern nylon gear. "Mr. Rossi," he said, his voice a dry, reedy whisper. He didn't offer to shake my hand. "Thank you for meeting me. I trust the journey here was uneventful. Call me Marco." And yes, it was fine, I replied, sizing him up. He seemed frail, hardly the type for a strenuous caving trip. The trek to Labaka is demanding. Are you sure you're prepared for the physical exertion? A thin smile touched his lips, a fleeting expression that didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were the first thing that felt wrong. Behind the thick lenses of his glasses, they were a pale, washed-out blue. Yet they held an intensity, a focused stillness that was unnerving. They didn't blink nearly as often as they should have. I am more resilient than I appear, Marco. My work requires a certain focus. It is the cave itself I am interested in, not a test of my personal endurance. He unrolled a map on the table, a modern topographical survey, but his fingers traced lines on it that weren't printed there. The local legends surrounding this place are quite fascinating, are they not? They speak of it as a place of bad air, a place where whispers echo from stone that has never felt a breeze. I shrugged. Old superstitions. Every notable landmark has them. It's just a cave system. A complex one, to be sure. Lots of vertical shafts, some submerged passages. It's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But it's just rock and water. Just rock and water. He repeated softly, almost to himself, the smile returning for a moment. Of course. He then proceeded to ask a series of highly specific questions. Not about the geology as I expected. Not about strata or speleothems. But about specific chambers, their dimensions, their orientation. And most strangely, their ambient sound. He wanted to know if there were any chambers that were perfectly symmetrical, particularly any with a domed ceiling. I told him there was one. Deep in the system, a difficult 7-hour journey from the entrance. There was a chamber known as La Catedral Silenciosa, the Silent Cathedral. It was a near-perfect dome, a geological anomaly. The acoustics in it were bizarre. Sound seemed to die the moment it left your lips. It was a place I rarely took clients because it was profoundly unsettling. His pale eyes lit up. "Perfect," he whispered, his fingers drumming a silent, rhythmic pattern on the table. "That is the location for my primary survey." The hike up the mountain took the better part of a day. The trail started in sun-dapped forests before rising above the tree line into a harsh landscape of scree and wind, blasted rock. I expected Silas to struggle, but he moved with a steady, relentless pace, his breathing even, his focus absolute. He barely spoke, answering my attempts at conversation with monosyllabic grunts, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The heavy pack never seemed to bother him. We made it to the entrance of La Baca as dusk was painting, the peaks in shades of orange and purple. A cold wind issued from the cave's maw, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay. It did feel like standing before something ancient and alive. "We'll camp here at the entrance for the night," I said, starting to unstrap my pack. "We'll head in first thing in the morning with fresh energy." "No," Silas said, his voice firm. "We'll go in now. My instruments are best calibrated in the deep stillness of the night." Another red flag. Another warning my pragmatic mind chose to ignore for the sake of the paycheck. Arguing was pointless, his intensity was absolute. So, we strapped on our helmets, switched on our helmets, switched on our headlamps, and stepped out of the dying light of the world and into the waiting throat of the mountain. The first few hours were standard caving. We navigated tight passages, rappelled down sheer shafts, and waded through frigid underground streams. My world shrank to the bobbing circle of light from my lamp, the sound of my own breathing, and the scrape of our gear against the rock. Throughout it all, Silas was unnervingly competent. He moved with a caver's economy of motion, never a wasted step, never a moment of hesitation. He was no academic. This was not his first time in the deep places of the world. My unease grew with every meter we descended. The air grew colder, heavier. The natural sounds of the cave, the drip of water, the scuttling of unseen things, faded away, until all that was left was our own noise. We were approaching the silent cathedral. Finally, we emerged from a narrow crawl space into the chamber itself. It was just as I remembered it, and yet somehow more imposing. It was a perfect hemisphere, perhaps 30 meters in diameter, the walls smooth and black, glistening with a thin film of moisture. My headlamp beam struggled to find the apex of the dome high above. The silence was immediate and oppressive. It felt like a vacuum, pulling the sound from my lungs before I could even speak. I turned to Silas, ready to suggest we set up our equipment. But he had already shrugged off his heavy pack and was kneeling on the perfectly flat floor of the chamber. He wasn't pulling out seismographs or acoustic sensors. He was pulling out artifacts of polished bone and tarnished silver. He was unwrapping candles made of a greasy, black wax that seemed to absorb the light from my headlamp. and at the very bottom of his pack, he carefully lifted out a large, heavy book. It was bound in something pale and mottled, with a texture that looked disturbingly, unmistakably, like human skin. He looked up at me, and the academic pretense was gone entirely. The frail old man was gone. The eyes that met mine were ancient and cold, filled with a terrifying, triumphant fire. "Thank you for your guidance, Marco," Silas said, his voice no longer a reedy whisper, but a resonant baritone that carried in the dead air. "You have brought me to the sanctuary. Now, the real work begins." My blood ran cold. The beam from my headlamp trembled, casting dancing, distorted shadows across the smooth black walls of the dome. For a moment, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. The skin-bound book, the black candles, the glint of silver and bone. It was the stuff of cheap horror novels, not something that happened in the real world. A kilometer beneath the Italian Alps. My first thought, born of a lifetime of pragmatism, was that this was some kind of elaborate, insane prank. "What is this, Silas?" I demanded, my voice sounding thin and weak in the oppressive silence. "What's all this junk? We're not here for geology, are we?" He didn't even look up from his task. With meticulous care, he began to pour a thin, shimmering line of powdered silver onto the stone floor. His hand was perfectly steady as he formed a large, complex circle. "Geology is the study of the earth, Marco. The bones of the world. I am simply interested in a more foundational layer of its reality. I told you the truth. I just omitted the context." My patience, already worn thin by the grueling journey and his unsettling behavior, snapped. This had gone far enough. "That's it. Pack your things. We're leaving. Now." I took a step towards him, my hand reaching for my pack, my mind already plotting the fastest route back to the surface. I was the guide. This was my expedition, my responsibility. "You cannot leave," he said, his voice calm but imbued with an authority that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was like running into a solid wall. He finally raised his head, and his pale eyes locked onto mine. The academic was gone. The frail old man was gone. What looked back at me was something ancient, cold and utterly without mercy. "You are a vital part of this ritual." A new, more primal fear began to snake its way up my spine. The word ritual echoed in the dead air. My mind flashed to stories of dark cults and human sacrifices. Was that it? Was the exorbitant fee my price? Was he going to kill me down here in the dark, where no one would ever find the body? A sacrifice. I stammered, taking an involuntary step back. A dry chuckle escaped his lips. It was a horrible sound, like stones grinding together. "Oh no, nothing so crude. Your death would be useless to me. In fact, it would ruin everything. No, Marco. Your life, your consciousness, your very soul, that is what is required. You are not the sacrifice. You are the vessel, the cage." He stood up, having completed the outer circle, and began to inscribe intricate, alien symbols within its perimeter. Symbols that seemed to hurt my eyes when I looked at them. They twisted and writhed at the edge of my vision. "I am not a geologist," he explained, his voice taking on a lecturing tone, as if I were a student in his classroom. "I am an occultist, a practitioner of the forbidden arts, and we are here tonight to perform a summoning. I intend to call forth, bind, and interrogate a specific entity. A great Duke of Hell, as described in the old grimoires. His name is Agers." The name meant nothing to me, but the phrase, Duke of Hell, sent a fresh wave of terror and disbelief through me. This man was insane. A highly competent, physically capable lunatic, but a lunatic nonetheless. I had to get away from him. I turned to run, to scramble back through the crawlspace we'd entered from. I didn't care about the dark or the distance. I just had to get away from him and his madness. It's pointless to run. Silas's voice echoed behind me. You are already bound to the working. This kind of summoning, you see, is a delicate and dangerous transaction. The circle of silver and salt protects the practitioner, yes. It is my shield. But something must be done about the entity itself. They are beings of immense power and will, and they resent being called to this limited reality. They will do anything to break free, to tear a hole in the fabric of what you perceive as the world. He paused, placing the black wax candles at precise points along the circle's edge. To prevent this, the ritual requires an anchor, a tether to the material plane, a focal point of stability that keeps the entity contained. The ritual requires the presence of an uninitiated, a non-believer, a skeptic. He lit the first candle. The flame didn't flicker. It was a solid, unwavering teardrop of cold, white light that cast no heat and seemed to deepen the shadows around it. Your disbelief, Marco, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that slithered through the silence. Your stubborn, rational, scientific worldview is not an obstacle to my work. It is the most critical component. It is the foundation upon which this entire working is built. Your skepticism forms the bars of the cage. Your sanity is the lock on the door. As long as you stand here, in this circle's presence, and believe with all your heart that this is nonsense, that I am a madman and demons are not real, the anchor will hold. The entity will be trapped. But if you begin to believe, if you see it with your own eyes and accept its reality, the anchor shatters, the cage dissolves, and we will both be devoured by a power you cannot possibly imagine. The floor seemed to drop out from under me. I was trapped, not by ropes and chains, but by the very laws of his insane magic. My own mind was the prison. My escape was not a physical act, but a psychological one I was forbidden from taking. If I ran, my fear and panic would only feed the possibility that this was real. If I stayed, I had to witness it. He had cornered me, using my own rationality as the walls of the trap. Panic gave way to a cold, hard knot of dread in my stomach. I was a practical man. I believed in rock, rope, and the laws of physics. I had to cling to that. This was a psychological game, a madman's elaborate theater. That's all it was. It had to be. Silas finished lighting the candles. The 8 points of cold, white light did little to illuminate the cavern, instead creating a ring of stark, unnatural twilight around the silver circle. He stepped back, opened the skin-bound book, and began to chant. The language was nothing I had ever heard. It was guttural and sibilant, full of harsh clicks and long, drawn-out vowels that scraped at my ears. The words themselves felt wrong, like they were twisting the air as they were spoken. The oppressive silence of the dome was shattered, but what replaced it was worse. The air grew frigid, a deep, penetrating cold that had nothing to do with the natural temperature of the cave. A fine layer of frost began to form on my gear. A low hum started, a subsonic frequency that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. It vibrated up through the soles of my boots, making my teeth ache. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out. It's not real. He's a crazy old man. It's suggestion, it's hypnotism. The low frequency is affecting my inner ear. I recited my gear checklist. The names of geological formations. My mother's recipe for lasagna. Anything to anchor myself in the mundane, in the world I knew. But the hum grew louder, the cold more intense. A smell filled the chamber, a scent of ozone, dry dust, and something else. Something like rotting meat and scorched metal. I gagged, my stomach heaving. My headlamp began to flicker, its powerful LED beam sputtering as if the battery were dying, though I had put a fresh one in just hours before. The shadows at the edge of the candlelight writhed and stretched, pulling away from the circle as if in fear. Against my will, my eyes were drawn to the center of the silver circle. The air there was shimmering. It was distorting, like a heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. But this was a haze of absolute cold. The stone floor within the circle seemed to be darkening, the color leaching out of it until it was a patch of pure, featureless black. And from that patch of black, something began to rise. It wasn't a violent eruption of smoke and fire. It was worse. It was a quiet, deliberate unfolding, like a black flower blooming in utter silence. The patch of featureless darkness in the center of the circle coalesced, gaining texture and form. It was a shape of pure shadow at first, a three-dimensional hole in reality. Then, color bled into it, muted and sickly, as if the very concept of light was being filtered through something ancient and decayed. A figure took shape. It was an old man, impossibly ancient, his skin like yellowed parchment stretched taut over a skull. He was dressed in simple, archaic robes that might have been white once, but were now the color of old bone. He sat astride a creature that my mind recoiled from, a monstrous crocodile with scales the color of dried blood and eyes that glowed with a faint, phosphorescent green. Perched on the old man's frail, wrinkled wrist was a sparrowhawk, its feathers a perfect, startling white, its gaze sharp and intelligent and utterly alien. It was exactly as Silas had said, exactly as the old books described the Duke of Hell, Aggers. This impossible, storybook detail was the first true crack in the fortress of my disbelief. A madman's hallucination wouldn't be so specific, so faithful to the source material. My throat was too tight to scream. A whimper escaped my lips. It's not real. It's a projection, a hologram. Silas is a master of trickery. It's all smoke and mirrors. I clung to these rationalizations like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood, even as the frigid air washing out from the circle carried the scent of the grave. Silas's chanting grew louder, more forceful, his Latin a sharp, commanding bark. But the creature, the demon, paid him no mind. It ignored the occultist who had dragged it from its realm completely. Its ancient, milky eyes burning with the cold fire of distant stars swiveled and fixed directly on me. It saw me, it knew me, and then it spoke. Its voice was not one voice, but 1,000, a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from every direction at once. The dying gasps of soldiers on forgotten battlefields, the final sighs of plague victims, the lonely cries of the lost. The voices slithered directly into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. The skeptic, it whispered, the sound a cascade of rustling leaves and cracking ice inside my skull. The little man of rock and rope. The anchor. The cage, it smiled, a slow parting of thin, bloodless lips that revealed gums as black as tar. And then it showed me things. The world around me dissolved. The silent cathedral, Silas, the circle, it all vanished. I was standing in the passage we had just navigated, but the rock above me was groaning, cracking. Dust rained down, and with a deafening roar, the ceiling collapsed. I felt the impossible weight, the crushing finality of being buried alive, the sharp agony of my bones snapping, my lungs filling with stone dust. It felt utterly, completely real. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound of pure terror, and then I was back in the dome. I was on my hands and knees, gasping, my body trembling but unharmed. Celis was still chanting, his eyes closed in concentration. The demon watched me, its expression one of detached, clinical curiosity. It is not real, it whispered, mocking my own desperate mantra. Unless you believe it is. The vision changed. I was no longer in the cave. I was home, standing in the doorway of my small apartment. My mother was at the kitchen table, her face a mask of grief, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. My brother sat beside her, his face pale and drawn, trying to comfort her. "He's gone," my brother said, his voice thick with sorrow. "The mountains took him. He abandoned us, Mama. He went into the dark and never came back." The pain in their eyes was a physical blow. The guilt was a poison, flooding my veins. "No," I cried out, reaching for them. "I'm here! I'm right here!" But my hands passed through them like smoke. Back in the cave. The cold was so intense now I could feel ice crystals forming on my eyelashes. I was shaking uncontrollably. This was the assault. It wasn't trying to tear me apart with claws and fangs. It was trying to dismantle my reality, piece by agonizing piece. It was trying to make me believe. Because if my disbelief wavered, if I accepted its power, the anchor would break. The cage would open. "It's not real," I screamed into the cavern, my voice raw. "You're not real." I squeezed my eyes shut. I started reciting the starting lineup for the 1994 Italian World Cup squad. Pagliuca, Tassati, Maldini, Albertini, Barisi. I shouted the names, the mundane, meaningless facts, a shield of normalcy against the encroaching madness. Agars laughed. The sound was the grinding of tectonic plates, the cracking of glaciers. The very stones around us vibrated with its mirth. The rock of the dome creaked and groaned in sympathy. "Stubborn little anchor," the voices whispered. "But you love the dark, don't you? You love the secrets of the earth. I can show you them all." A new vision flooded my mind, not of horror, but of temptation. I saw the cave systems of the world laid bare before me, a glowing network of veins running through the planet. The demon showed me hidden grottos, untouched for millennia, filled with crystals the size of a man, glittering with an inner light. It showed me veins of pure gold, thick as my arm, just meters from passages I had explored a dozen times. It showed me the location of undiscovered caves, vast and beautiful beyond human imagination. It offered me the truth of the world I loved, the answers to every mystery I had ever pondered in the deep places. "All of it can be yours," it promised, its voice seductive, reasonable. "The knowledge, the fame, the wealth. All you have to do is acknowledge me. All you have to do is believe." For a terrifying second, I was tempted. The caver in me, the explorer, wanted it. The knowledge was a siren's call. I saw myself as the greatest explorer in history, my name immortalized. All I had to do was say yes. All I had to do was let go. It was the sight of Silas that saved me. Through my tears, I saw him still chanting, his face slick with sweat, his knuckles white where he gripped the hideous book. He was the enemy. He had done this to me. And this creature? This demon was his tool. My hatred for Silas, a pure, burning rage, momentarily eclipsed my fear and my temptation. It was the jolt I needed. "Ivar," I roared, my voice echoing with a strength I didn't know I possessed. The battle raged for an eternity, an hour, a lifetime. I was the battlefield. My sanity was the contested ground. I held on, anchoring myself with memories of sunlight, the taste of cheap wine, the roar of a football stadium. Anything real, anything human. At some point, I became aware that Silas's chanting had changed. It was no longer a summons, but a command. He was asking his questions, his voice sharp and demanding. I heard a name, a location, scraps of an infernal intelligence report. He got what he came for. Then the final phase began. The banishing. Silas's Latin became a torrent of powerful, definitive commands. The white flames on the black candles flared, growing brighter and hotter. The demon Agares turned its attention to, for the first time, its ancient face contorted in a snarl of pure hatred. It thrashed against the confines of the circle, but the silver lines flared with blinding light, holding it fast. It turned its gaze back to me one last time. The chorus of whispers spoke a final, chilling promise. I will wait for you in every shadow, skeptic. The cage is not for me. It is for you. And now the door is open. With a final, deafening shriek that was 1,000 voices screaming in unison, the figure imploded. It collapsed in on itself, folding back into the patch of absolute darkness, which then winked out of existence, leaving only the bare stone floor. The silence that rushed back in was more profound, more terrifying than before. The cold dissipated instantly. The candles sputtered and died, plunging the chamber into the familiar, natural dark of the cave, lit only by my own flickering headlamp. Silas stood there, breathing heavily but otherwise composed. He calmly closed the skin-bound book, packed his strange artifacts, and shouldered his pack as if he had just concluded a slightly strenuous board meeting. He didn't look at me. He didn't offer a word of explanation or apology. He just turned and walked away, leaving me there in the dark, a broken, trembling man on the floor of the silent cathedral. They found me a week later, wandering the lower slopes of the mountain, suffering from dehydration, hypothermia, and unable to speak. I am in a hospital now, a quiet, clean room with soft walls. They tell me I am suffering from acute post-traumatic stress. They give me medicine to quiet my mind, to stop the shaking. But I know the truth. My disbelief, the foundation of my world, is shattered. The anchor is broken. The cage is open. And in every dark corner of my room, in the shadow cast by the chair, in the darkness beneath my bed, I see an old man on a crocodile, his milky eyes smiling, patient, waiting.